Well, happy Good Friday, everybody.
Happy Good Friday.
I like your math, Morgan. I have to get myself one of those.
Yep, the standard, the default mask.
They call it N95, right?
Yep, the N95.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got a quorum, so we'll start today's meeting. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We're assembled today to electronically for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation pending before the committee. Today we've got a few bills for work session as well as a few for public hearing. So before we get started, we'll begin with committee introductions, and we'll start with the House Chairman, Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. Happy Good Friday. Happy almost Easter. It's actually sunny and nice today in Scarborough. So I'm Chris Chiazzo, House District 28. I represent beautiful West Scarborough.
Representative Riley.
Hi, I'm Representative Morgan Riley. I represent House District 34, which includes part of Westbrook.
Representative Supika.
Good morning, I'm Laura Supika. I represent District 126, a portion of Bangor.
Representative Wood.
Hi, sorry for the background noise. It'll stop in a second there. Hi, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38 in Portland.
Representative McCrate.
Good morning, I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House. And I'm in a work session in another committee, so I'll be listening and then I'll come right back.
Great, thank you, Representative. Representative Tuttle.
John Tuttle, District 18, Sanford, primarily East Side. And Representative Wood, I read the article in the Press Herald. That was a pretty good article. I congratulate you for that.
Thank you very much, Representative Tuttle. It was pretty exciting.
We'll have to check it out. Representative Kinney.
Good morning, I'm Marianne Kinney. I represent House District 99, towns of Brooks, Brenham, Freedom, Jackson, Knoxman Road, Thorndike, True, and Unity in Waldo County. And it's a little overcast at home, but the staff is running.
Great. And with us, as always, we have Karen Montel, our committee clerk, and as well as Janet Stocco, our committee analyst. Also with us today, we want to recognize we have Chief Clarissa Sabatis with us today for some of the bills this morning. So in terms of today's schedule, we're going to begin with LD 1060, because I know that there's a meeting later, so we want to give Chief Sabatis a chance to testify on that. And then we'll follow that with LD 860 and then LD 948. So before we get into the hearings, sorry, I also see Representative Corey. Sorry, I missed you.
No problem. Good morning. My name is Patrick Corey. I represent House District 25, which is part of Wyndham.
Great. Okay, before we get started, we will go through just a few of the ins and outs of a virtual committee meeting. So just so everybody knows, this meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. So this means that anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. So you'll just want to make sure that you're on mute. People who are in the Zoom meeting waiting to testify won't be seen or heard until they're brought up to be panelists in order to speak. And just as a side note, as we upgrade you into the panel, it may look like you're being dropped for a second and you may lose some audio, but be patient. And then once you're here, you'll be able to turn your screen on and unmute yourself. Also, just as another reminder, as always, the audio stream is being live streamed at the legislature's website. And for those who wish to submit written testimony, that can also be found at the legislature's website. Regarding the chat function of the Zoom meeting, we just want to reiterate this is for technical assistance only. It's not for any substantive work. And for our bills today, we'll begin with the sponsors, followed by those who are registered to testify today. And for members of the public, when called upon, please state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. As always, we use the 3-minute clock, so if you can tailor your remarks accordingly, it would be greatly appreciated. So with that, we'll begin the public hearing. I'll open the public hearing on LD 1060, an act to increase the state revenue from casino net income, reallocate the state distribution, and provide tax uniformity. And for this bill, we'll recognize the sponsor, Representative Babbage. Welcome. Good to see you. Representative, you're on mute still. There we go.
A little more effective if you can hear me. I appreciate
There you
it. Okay, well, good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and distinguished colleagues of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Christopher Babbage. I represent House District 8, which is part of Kennebunk. I bring for your consideration LD 1060, the title of which is an act to increase state revenue from casino net income, reallocate the state distribution, and provide tax uniformity. And I thank you for scheduling this hearing today. The bill proposes to increase the state share of net income from mains to casinos and change distribution of those dedicated funds to include a portion from both casinos to Maine's indigenous peoples. The tribal leaders and I disagree about gaming and the wisdom of tribal gaming on Indian trust lands in the state of Maine. However, I do understand their frustration with how events have unfolded in recent decades. The Penobscot Nation, built on the example of the Seminole Bingo in South Florida, and operated a high-stakes bingo enterprise on Indian Island until state authorities decided to enforce Maine law and close it down. They brought the idea to Connecticut and contracted with the tiny Pequot tribe to run their games for 4 years, although they were bought out of their contract after 2 years. Of course, the Mashantucket Pequots went on to make Foxwoods the largest casino in the world by both revenue and floor space. Maine's tribal representatives in the Maine legislature over the last 3 decades have sponsored bill after bill to permit an Indian casino, and each has failed. A referendum to have a casino in York County was soundly defeated in 2003. But on that same ballot was a question to permit slots at racetracks, unofficially designed for the sequestered location of Scarborough Downs. That passed, qualifying Maine as a gambling state and causing the creation of our Gambling Control Board. Of course, the town of Scarborough rejected the idea, and so another racetrack community accepted what became Hollywood Slots. In 2010, Maine voters passed a referendum initiative to permit a casino in the woods of Oxford County by a vote of 50.4 to 49.6%, which qualified Maine as a casino state. Soon after, Hollywood was allowed to upgrade to casino status. Therefore, Maine has 2 financially successful casinos, and neither one is owned by the longtime promoters of the idea, Maine's tribes. Meanwhile, according to the U.S. Department of Interior, almost 43% of the nation's federally recognized tribes have gaming operations. Maine's tribal leaders are unhappy with where they have landed. But I'm not sympathetic to their proposed solution because I'm opposed to expansion of casinos in Maine. And I'm particularly opposed to expansion of multiple casino locations around the state that federally defined tribal sovereignty could permit. LD 1060 is a way to make the status quo work better for Maine and for the tribes. I believe the state of Maine, by granting permission for the very existence of gaming, deserves to be an equal partner in sharing proceeds. And two, that some of the state's share of proceeds should be distributed among Maine's four federally recognized indigenous peoples. LD 1060 does exactly that. As you know, currently, the Oxford Casino does have a distribution to two of Maine's four federally recognized tribes. LD 1060 also provides, in effect, that for as long as gaming, I'm sorry, did I get? LD 1060 provides that both of Maine's casinos shall be taxed the same, and that tax is set at 50% of net revenue income for both slot machines and table games. It repeals the current 46% tax on slot income at Oxford and the 1% slot gross income, 39% net income tax on Hollywood. LD 1060 also provides, in effect, that for as long as gaming is denied to the tribes will receive 5% of net revenue income, or 10% of the state share of both slot and table game revenues from Maine's two casinos. It repeals the 4% slot net income currently distributed to the Penobscot Nation and Passamaquoddy tribe from the Oxford Casino. This section of law is repealed if tribal gaming becomes a reality in Maine, and the 5% net revenue allotment would, from the time of notice, be diverted to the general fund. So LD 1060 provides that 5% of net revenue income from both slots and table games from each casino will be distributed by the Maine State Treasurer to each of the four federally recognized tribes in proportion as determined by a 17-member Indio Casino Revenue Distribution Committee, which shall report its determinations to the Treasurer and to this committee of jurisdiction by January 1st, 2023, and annually thereafter. Two questions are not addressed in this bill, as I have determined to leave the answers to those better informed than I. First, do the distributions from the state need to be updated? In other words, that distribution of state share to different allocations. I realize that making changes to dedicated revenue will ruffle feathers. I know closing Scarborough Downs and other events may warrant a reassessment of that distribution. While I propose an increase in the state share of net revenue income, I believe this is an opportunity for the committee to take some time, or perhaps assign a study commission to reassess distribution priorities within that state share. Second, what is the appropriate distribution to each of the four tribes? Surely all indigenous peoples who reside in Maine deserve consideration. Each tribe is represented on the Indian Casino Revenue Distribution Committee, although unequally. But no tribe will have an upper hand, and the 6 of the 17 who are state-appointed representatives will have no financial interest and therefore may serve to mediate disagreements. But I would be fine with an alternative membership model to determine proportional distribution, should the committee choose to create that alternative model. I put this proposal to you because it's state policy. This is not a proposal of the tribes. It's not a proposal by the governor. It's not a proposal by the Gambling Control Board, although I did speak to Milt Champion really early on when I was trying to get an understanding of commercial gaming in Maine. He was very helpful. The words are mine alone, and the idea sinks or swims on its merit. I thank you for your attention. I believe this is an improvement to the status quo, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions if I'm able to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. Any questions from the committee at this time for the bill's sponsor? Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What percentage is left over for the casino operators?
50.
50 total?
Right. In other words, we'd be an equal partner. Is what I would actually, before I started this research, Representative Corey, I was actually surprised that it was as close to 50 now as it already is.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I know that, I'm not sure as I understand why it needs to be a different formula for the two different casinos, except that they are arrived at a different time. But I do understand that I believe it's Hollywood that has a 1% gross, 39% net income tax on slots. And whereas Oxford is merely a 46% net income tax on slots. And there's a little different philosophy there. And, around the country, I'm not sure about the trade-off between including gross income versus net income. I don't know if your access to what the gross income is as readily available if you just go to net income. I know that net income could be fudged by padding salaries and supply costs and things of that sort. So that is a complicated thing, but I'm saying that the permission that we grant to have gaming in Maine is a giant kiss to the industry, and that being an equal partner is not a bad thing. And I did that also, honestly, because one of my goals here was to provide income for the four recognized indigenous peoples, tribes in Maine, and I didn't want to upset some of the distributions that you have already allocated. So an increase in the state share allows for this compensation to go to the tribes more easily.
I just have a follow-up. Representative Babbage, do you think we should be an equal partner in the costs and the risk as well of running a casino?
Well, the only thing about gaming, I mean, there is a minimum number of people you've got to get into the casino for overhead. But it is a mathematical certainty that once that happens, it's a profitable operation. So I was shocked in looking at recent numbers that given COVID, 2020 still generated $44 million for the state for allocations, and the highest was the year before, 2019. It has been increasing slightly over the last decade, but the highest was 55 million the previous year. So actually, this is a sizable chunk of change that I'm proposing that could go to the tribes, but also to benefit the state.
Well, thank you. I think that we probably have different ideas about what being an equal partner means, but
I appreciate what you're saying, though, Representative Corey. I understand the line of questioning.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Babbage, for your testimony today.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thanks. Okay, so now we'll move to the testimony portion of our hearing. And based on we have no registrants in support of the bill, so we're going to move to those in opposition. And we'll begin by welcoming Chief Clarissa Sabatis of the Maliseet. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me this time?
Yep, we've got you.
Awesome. So I just want to say good morning to you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Cazo. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs. I am Chief Clarissa Sabatis, and I represent the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, and we reside in Holton and Littleton. So I'm here today in opposition of LD 1060. I thank you for the opportunity to let me speak for just a moment, and I'll keep it brief. Really, I just wanted to express my disappointment with this bill. After the last couple of years, especially really the last 40 years, but we've had some intense hearings and work sessions, and we've had a task force that really required so much time. And a lot of that conversation that's taken place is about the tribes and honoring us as self-governing bodies and giving us the ability to self-determine. I feel that when I listen to the testimony or listen to Representative Babbage talk about granting permission and the status quo, it really is exactly the opposite of what we've been talking about for the last 2 years. So to create a bill for us without us is really, I don't think that you can find a better example of paternalism. And that's what we're really pushing back against. And I just felt like I needed to say that today. I appreciate wanting to create part of a cascade that would really benefit us financially, where we have not been included in the past. But I will never welcome anything that cannibalizes any one of the other tribal nations that are here in the state, or anything that has a risk of doing that. So that's really all I have to say today. So if you have any questions, I just felt like I needed to share that.
Great. Thank you, Chief Sabatis. Sorry, my internet is breaking up. Chairman Chiazzo, looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief Sabatis. Don't worry about the name; it happens all the time. It's fine. I understand that the complexities and the nuances of the relationships between the groups and the sensitivity around that. Do you think there is any merit at all at looking at the cascading formula and trying to come up with something that's more I don't want to be careful how I use my terms here. I guess balance would maybe be the one I would suggest, but I guess my question would be, do you see any value in looking at the cascade formula and making adjustments to
it? I think it would have been great to do that at the beginning of this years ago. I could never support anything that would mean that the other tribes receive less than what they do right now. But I also feel like if it was something that was done, I would want it to be in the interim, because you all are supporting us doing this for ourselves instead of having to give us handouts.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Chief Sabatis, for being here today.
Take care.
So next on our list, we have Ambassador Dana of the Penobscot Nation. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Great to see you all. Chief Sabatis did a beautiful job, so I'll shorten my verbal testimony because she hit on a lot of great things, but I did submit a full written testimony as well. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veteran and Legal Affairs. My name is Molly and Dana. I serve as the Penobscot Nation Tribal Ambassador. I am testifying in opposition today to LD 1070 on behalf of the Penobscot Nation. While this bill may be well-intended, it undermines tribal sovereignty, tribal self-determination, and self-governance. I think that these are things we've really worked hard on with the state in the past couple of years, and efforts like this really undermine a lot of that work. We are trying to heal this fractured relationship, and that healing can only really be done if we move away from that paternalistic nature, that systems of control and oppression that has really been in place for much longer than 40 years, as Chief Sabatis mentioned. LD 1070 was written with no consultation with the 5 federally recognized tribal communities in Maine. It seeks to undo agreements already in place regarding casino revenue and propose new ones without ever having had a conversation with the tribes. This would affect our community significantly, and we have not had the chance to weigh in on it until today. The work we have done in collaboration with lawmakers is all rooted in restoration of rights, recognition of inherent tribal sovereignty, equity, fairness, and healing. LD 1060 treats the tribes as bodies with no agency or voice. We have worked very hard to prove that we have both, and we are keenly aware that these are things our ancestors were denied through systemic oppression and trauma. We stand on their shoulders, so we need to speak loud when our rights are not being honored. The appropriate way to acknowledge tribal sovereignty when it comes to gaming is to support Representative Collins' bill, LD 554. This bill has been crafted in close collaboration with the tribes, and we testified strongly in support. I would urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1060 because it would undermine the tribal self-determination that we are all working so tirelessly to restore in Maine. We are capable of being our own voice, our own decision makers, and we are strongly opposed to any measures that seek to speak for us without our consent. I'm happy to take any questions you may have, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ambassador Dana.
Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Newell, I believe is here to testify. If you're there, okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and other distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Veteran and Legal Affairs. I am Representative Rena Newell from the Passamaquoddy Tribe and reside in Sabayak. I would like to extend my greetings to Chief Sabatas and Ambassador Dana, who I am following, so please excuse any duplication in my statements that you may have already heard. As the tribal representative of the Passamaquoddy Tribe, I feel it is my duty within my role to foster positive tribal-state relations. I would note the good work that has been done in recent years to improve tribal-state relations regarding issues of importance and mutual interest. This important work must continue and can through a government-to-government relationship. The Passamaquoddy Tribe maintains its right to self-determination, self-governance, and consultation to matters of importance, and respectfully assert the position that laws should not be created that would affect us without our input. While the Passamaquoddy Tribes appreciates the consideration of language in this proposed bill, we take exception to the absence of any communication from the bill sponsor to the tribe. Therefore, on behalf of the Passamaquoddy Tribe, I respectfully ask this committee to remove any language that would pertain to the Passamaquoddy Tribe. I would also mention, should this committee decide to move forward in support of this proposed bill, I ask that an amendment be submitted reflecting our exclusion. In closing, I humbly call upon each of you to give consideration to the continuance in elevating the standard to improving tribal-state relations by raising your voice to vote against LD 1070, where it would relate to the tribes. I'll be happy to answer any questions that members of the committee may have at this time. Should I be unable to answer, I would ask for the opportunity to present a response during the work session. Respectfully presented, Willie Wynn.
Thank you, Representative Newell. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, so now we'll move to the public hearing portion of the hearing, and we will, we'll move to our registration. Again, just a reminder that we have a 3-minute time clock, and we'll begin with Dan Walker, and he'll be followed by Chris Jackson. Welcome, Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini. Thank you, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. You can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good.
My name is Dan Walker, and I'm with Preddy Flaherty in Augusta, and I represent the Oxford Casino and Hotel in Oxford, Maine. Today, we testify in opposition to LD 1060. It's nice being on the same side as the tribal leaders. They just spoke very eloquently on their position. And I just want to bring up a couple points. I'm not going to go into too deep detail in here with our opposition. The basic issue here is that the bill put forward by Representative Babbage dramatically increases the tax on casinos and amends the long-standing casino cascades. The casino cascades it's a very delicate balance, and there's a lot of folks at issue there, including K through 12 funding, including college scholarships, the harness racing industry, and others. But let's just focus on the tax for a moment. This tax would have, let's talk about just for Oxford Casino, the tax would have increased for slot machines by 4%, which would amount to an increase in roughly $3 million. The increase in the tax on table games would have amounted to a difference in percentage of 34%, which is a percentage increase of 300%, which would have translated into an increase in tax revenue of $6 million. So this would have raised taxes of $9 million on the casino, and would also put this way higher than any other jurisdiction in the country. And just for a quick moment, so tax policy for casinos or for any other business attempts to balance the public benefit of providing taxes with the ability of the business to be able to provide a quality product and reinvest the funds back into the facility, the employees, and the community. So this dramatic tax increase would have thrown this completely out of balance. And this huge tax increase, it would have unraveled all the good that the casino has brought to this region of the state. I think I've spoken to you before on how much it's improved the quality of life and as a basic economic engine in the Oxford region. And this would do one thing: it would cost jobs. We're coming out of a pandemic where there were a number of job losses. The casino was down, only operating at 8%, and there were more than 200 employees were furloughed. So this would have a dramatic effect here. So I just wanted to raise that issue and raise the effect of casino tax policy, and I'll leave it at that. And so please oppose this bill, LD 1060. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Walker. What do you think of the sponsor's idea that this would make the state an equal partner in the casinos, especially, considering you were down, do you know what I mean, to 8% of, operating, capacity and everything else during the pandemic? I mean, the way I see it, the state really has no risk here, correct?
Sorry, I somehow lost just the very first part of that question. I had to.
Well, I said that the sponsor said that this would make the state an equal partner, in the casino. I argue that they wouldn't, be an equal partner in the risk or the cost. You know what I mean? Just the profit. Do you see how the state would be an equal partner in the risk or the cost?
Right. No. I think you make a very good point, Representative Corey. The facility and the business do take on all the risk of the downturn. For example, like you said, and like I mentioned, that they had the huge downturn. They were only at 6%. During that period, they funded, and kept the benefits for all the employees that they had furloughed. So that was all on the casino to do that. So I understand. Yeah, they would take, if this happened, more of that would go on the casino. Right now, the sweet spot of where the percentage of 46% tax on slots is really a sweet spot where it allows for reinvestment in the community, reinvestment in the facility, and allows them to be able to take care of the facility.
And just really during back to the state. And just really during the pandemic, right? Like we were the state, us, we were dictating, how many people could be in the building and everything else. So we were causing risk, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, the casino shut down before being told to by the state. They understanding the incredible historic risk. They shut down ahead of time, ended up having to obviously furlough workers. And then we've been working hand in hand with the state to try to reopen it in a responsible way. Sure, we've been pushing the state, but I think we're now at a point where we're on a nice glide plane back to being open. But yeah, that some of this was out of their control for sure.
Yeah, I drove by there the other day. There were a lot of cars in the parking lot. But
they're back at 75%. But there's still 6 feet. You still have to be 6 feet away from everybody. So there's still issues. But.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on something you just mentioned, Mr. Walker. Your client, Oxford Casino, did participate in some of the relief funding and the payroll protection funding as well, correct?
No, they were not. Yeah, no, that gambling facilities were not allowed to get PPP protection.
So all of the carrying of the employees then was actually on the organization itself. There was not any federal relief associated with that.
Right. Of course, there was unemployment, but the combination of unemployment and the state and the facility maintaining benefits and maintaining that it helped people get through it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Any other questions for Mr. Walker? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up on our list, we have Chris Jackson. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Lucchini, Chairman Chiazzo, and members of the VLA committee. I'm Chris Jackson. I'm a resident of Bodenham, a partner in the lobby firm of Mitchell Tardy Jackson Government Affairs here in Augusta. And I'm here today on behalf of our client, the Hollywood Casino, Hotel and Raceway in Bangor, in opposition to this bill. I don't need to repeat much of what Dan said, but we echo the comments from the Oxford facility. It goes without saying we've been operating at a very diminished level for several months, and actually were closed for several months prior to that. And I had mentioned back on St. Patrick's Day that although Bangor is licensed for 1,500 slot machines, the market really supports about half of that number. And right now, coming out of the pandemic, we're operating around 300 slot machines with half of our table games closed still. So, you've heard the term light at the end of the tunnel, and I think that's a very real thing. And we're hoping for a strong year this year. But this still remains the absolute worst time to increase the tax on these facilities, as the title of the bill actually calls for. We can talk about the cascade and what's contained in the cascade. Ultimately, I think for us, what happens with the cascade money really is a decision that you folks can make. But increasing the effective tax rate on these facilities would be extremely, extremely damaging. It's occasionally worth reminding people that for every dollar that goes into a slot machine, our facility keeps about a nickel. 89% of it gets paid out to the players, and then there's a 1% tax on the handles. So just so folks have a point of reference when they're talking about, partnership and tax rates and, 50% and everything like that. It's actually a pretty complicated formula. Happy to try to answer any questions. We do encourage you to oppose this legislation, however.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you very much.
Great, and at this time, we don't have anybody else registered to testify on this bill. I'm not seeing anybody in the waiting room. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1060. Okay, next up we have LD, let's see. Okay, we'll bring in the bill sponsor, and we have LD 860, an act to clarify the laws concerning off-track betting facility licenses. And for that, we'll bring in the sponsor, Representative White.
Hello. Let's see if I can get my video.
We can. There you are. Yep.
All right. Yeah, it takes a second. You know, I got a Bluetooth and I've got, you know, wired earbuds. So
it's a new world.
Cover myself. Yeah. So thank you. And good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Piazza, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. As you know, I am Representative Bruce White, representing District 109, and I am the sponsor of LD 860, an act to clarify the laws concerning off-track betting licenses. This bill clarifies language from the 1990s when Maine's off-track betting was first established, and from a second law passed last year that allowed Scarborough Downs to continue as an off-track betting facility when it agreed to close its track operation as part of a plan to allow a new modern track in southern Maine. Although most of Maine's off-track betting facilities have been transferred, a question arose recently concerning which of the license and provisions applied in approving or allowing the transfer. The first section of the bill makes clear such transfers are allowed as long as the transferee meets specific requirements to operate OTB related to financial responsibility and the like. This resolution is consistent with the practice that was followed for the transfers that have already taken place. The second section clarifies that although the Downs was licensed under a different law than the other OTBs, it is still subject to the same taxes, rules, and regulations, and enjoys the same rights and opportunities as the other OTBs. I have included in my written testimony an amendment to the original bill. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them, but I expect there will be others after me with testimony who can better explain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative White. Any questions from the committee? Oh, Representative, so what was your amendment again? Could you just describe that just briefly?
Yes, it's really a minor amendment, but it clarified that any transfer of any off-track betting facility would, the license would stay in the same municipality as the existing off-track betting facility.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, and I did put it right into the, testimony, so it'll be in writing for you.
Perfect. Yep. Thank you. Any other questions for Representative White? No, seeing none. Thank you, sir, for the introduction.
You bet.
Up next, we will bring in Mr. James Day, and he will be speaking in favor. Mr. Day, if you can hear us,
I am here. Good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative
Sir, we can hear you, but we can't see you, and that's okay. I just wanted to let you know that.
All right, hang on. Is that better?
Yes, sir, much better. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Veteran Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Jim Day. I'm president of LRI Inc. and do business as the Winner's Circle Off-Track Betting in Lewiston. I am speaking in support of LD 860, an act to clarify the laws concerning off-track betting licenses. Happy Good Friday and happy Passover. As Representative White stated in his introduction, this bill is to clarify language that was written back in the 90s when OTBs were first introduced. This bill is needed to do some house cleaning. The language is gray concerning whether or not an OTB can be transferred to new owners. Through the years, OTBs have been transferred in the manner consistent with this revised language. This legislation codifies how the statute has been interpreted since OTB's inceptions. Half of the OTBs have been sold, yet there is some confusion now as to the transferring of the license, and we are asking that this confusion be stopped. The fundamental question is, isn't it reasonable to allow operators to sell their life's work to new operators who are vetted completely by the Racing Commission? After presenting it to a few attorneys, it was suggested that the language be revised to clarify one point. There was a concern, and that's what the amendment is, that the buying an OTB in XYZ could result in them being allowed to move it to another city that hasn't yet approved an off-track betting or already has one in existence or is too close to one with the market area. So we do ask that you look at that amendment. Without this bill, it is possible that a sale is not possible. Again, after 30 years in this business and multiple OTBs already being sold, the current AG's office questioned the past interpretation and suggested a change to clarify, which is what we're trying to accomplish here. It appears unfair to not allow other OTB operators not to sell their life's work again, or for those who bought OTBs under the previous interpretation, they now might not be allowed to sell unless we clarify this. This bill is consistent with the transfers that have already taken place. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions. I was really hoping, Representative Chiazzo, that you wouldn't have to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Unfortunately, part of the job, right? We like to try and bring good news all the time, but sometimes we can't balance it. Any questions for Mr. Day from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you very much, and have a good holiday.
Thank you. You as well. There's nobody else on the sign-up list. I don't see anybody else in the attendee room. So we will close the public hearing for LD 860. And we will open up the public hearing for LD 948, which is an act to support boys and girls clubs through lottery revenue. And I will bring in the bill sponsor, Representative Collins. If I can find him.
Good morning. Hello.
There he is. Perfect. Excellent. Go ahead, Ben. The floor is yours when you're ready, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Representative Chiazzo, Senator Lucchini, distinguished members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Benjamin Collins. I represent House District 42 with Portland, and there's several people from the representing in more detail to this bill. I'll just before this bill came about several years in the state, and there was a state lottery that was dedicated just to funding Boys and Girls Club. That lottery ticket, the proceeds went exclusively to the clubs, and others will speak about this after me. So we thought it was a good idea, and there was a bill presented by a former Penobscot tribal member during, I think, the Baldacci administration. The bill didn't get support eventually, and after we submitted that bill, several non-tribal boys and girls clubs thought it was a good idea, but they wanted to be included. And now in this session, as I'm serving in the legislature, I wanted to bring this proposal up again. Specifically, you'll hear from the boys and girls clubs after me, but they'll tell you about what's going on with their clubs, what has happened the last year, and then all of the good work that they do for communities, and how it what they do goes beyond their buildings, beyond their clubs, and beyond their members, and the greater impact it has on our state and our society. So I would hope you would listen very carefully to the individual speaking after me, and listen to their arguments, and why giving them a dedicated revenue stream through a lottery ticket would do so much good for not only the youth, but all of the communities in Maine, and for our future. So thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Representative Collins. Any questions from members of the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll move to the public hearing portion. Again, just a reminder to members of the public to state your name and where you're from when you testify. So we'll begin with those people who wish to testify in support. So we'll begin with Brian Elo. Will be followed, or actually, I'm sorry. It looks like we have a co-sponsor. I believe Representative White is a co-sponsor who'd like to testify. So Mr. Elo, if you can hold on just a second, you'll be on deck. And Representative White, sorry about that, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
I guess you can hear me.
You're good.
Thanks again. And again, good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I am Representative Bruce White, representing District 109 in Waterville. I am a co-sponsor of LD 948, an act to support boys and girls clubs through lottery revenue. As a disadvantaged child growing up in Waterville, our local Boys and Girls Club became a second home to me. If there hadn't been a Boys and Girls Club nearby, most likely I would have been on the streets instead of at the club. At the club, I learned various athletic skills, but most importantly, I learned discipline from the staff, many who I still see around in my community 50 years later. Helping the Boys and Girls Clubs to raise much needed funds is important, and I ask you to support LD 948. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative White. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
You bet.
Okay, and now we'll go to Mr. Elo. Welcome, sir.
Terrific. Thank you very much. And good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Brian Elo, and I'm a resident of Portland, Maine, and I am the CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Southern Maine. And thank you very much for having us this morning. I'm here today with other staff members of Boys and Girls Clubs from across Maine. And for those of you who don't know, our 17 Boys and Girls Club sites serve more than 21,000 youth across Maine and collectively make up the Maine Alliance of Boys and Girls Clubs. And we wholeheartedly support LD 948, an act to support Boys and Girls Clubs through lottery revenue. Each of us today could share the impact the legislation would have on our individual Boys and Girls Clubs, and our testimony would become very redundant. So with that, today we are going to collectively provide an overview of the entire state and focus of different aspects of the impact the Boys and Girls Clubs have on the youth we serve and how we could do more with more resources. Boys and Girls Clubs are located in cities and towns across Maine. We have 5 traditional organizations in Maine, one in Southern Maine, one in Kennebec Valley, one in Waterville, and on the native lands through the Boys and Girls Clubs of the border towns. Many of the youth we serve come from disadvantaged communities, with 46% of our members living in single-parent households and over 65% qualifying for free or reduced price lunches. However, we believe that all young people deserve the opportunity to thrive. We imagine a world where determinants necessary to thrive are fully accessible to every youth. Thriving reflects a significant sense of growth and success across many domains. Our young people have access to more quality opportunities, are more likely to thrive than their peers with similar adaptive skills. So our approach to positive youth development, therefore, reflects knowledge anchored in extensive research that a quality after-school environment can support the social and emotional, physical and cognitive needs of young people in many important ways. Whether through a virtual or in-person club setting, youth are able to learn and grow, ultimately become ready for life and work. Boys and Girls Clubs support young people's development through these ways. Our environments are safe, positive and inclusive, relationships in which youth forge supportive, meaningful, and healthy connections with adults and peers, and experiences that build upon the strengths that foster a sense of belonging and purpose and provide opportunity to lead and be heard. More simply, Boys and Girls Clubs can provide a safe after-school program in the summer and help them build skills and inform practices. I want to thank you for your time today and ask that you please support LD 948.
Thank you, Mr. Elo. Are there any questions from the committee members at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thanks very much.
Great. Next up on our list, we have Christine Johnson. And after Christine, we'll go to Fenton Jones and Mary Nelson. So welcome, Christine.
Morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Committee on Veteran and Legal Affairs. It's a thrill for me to be here this morning and speak to you. I'm Chrissy Johnson. I'm a resident of Waterville, and I'm the Child and Youth Development Director at the Alphon Youth and Community Center. Thank you for having me this morning. We serve over 5,000 youth members annually at our club. We have 500 youth up to 500 youth attend our programs on a daily basis. 80% of our youth are food insecure and they attend for free. We served 85,000 meals and snacks to families last year, and 125 backpacks of food home every weekend. And we have 5 clubs across the Kennebec Valley, the Kennebec County. You just heard about what the club does every day to ensure young people have the supports needed to be successful. I wanted to share what our clubs have been able to do collectively across the past year, responding to COVID-19. While our focus is serving kids 6 to 18, in March 2020, clubs had to shift their service delivery model and become a go-to resource for the whole community to help families cope with a new reality. Clubs offered over 840 hours of virtual programming, serving 775 youth. Nearly 55% of the youth Boys and Girls Clubs served are considered to be in rural areas. The extension of our virtual programs has allowed us to reach more kids at home when they're unable to attend clubs in person. Boys and Girls Clubs of America has launched virtual learning programs through My Future Learning platform that engage youth in traditional club programs anywhere where they can connect to the internet. Every club has worked to maintain a connection to kids and teens that have needed the most support by providing more than 2,500 activity kits to keep kids active during the pandemic. Clubs have also supported families by offering additional outreach and connection to needed services for families struggling through the pandemic. For those essential workers who needed additional assistance in the early days, clubs in Gardner, Portland, Waterville provided essential staff and first responders a place where kids could go during a time of uncertainty. Clubs continued to provide working parents a safe place to send their kids to when they needed to work. Over 65% of club members qualify for free and reduced lunch price school lunch. When schools closed, clubs became community food distribution centers and provided over 190,000 meals and snacks. Clubs have offered federally funded food programs, we've partnered with local food banks, and we've served as meal distribution centers for members of the community. Today, clubs continue to be on the front line supporting youth learning, serving nearly 500 youth during the school day. We continue to support school districts across the state. We want to thank you for your time today and please support LD 948.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Johnson. Okay, so next on our list of people who've registered to testify, we have Fenton Jones, followed by Mary Nelson, the Honorable Mary Nelson. And if there's any, that's all we have registered, but if there's anybody else in the attendees list who is here to sign up in favor, just please raise your virtual hand. But with that, we'll turn it over to Fenton. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. Kwe and Walalan. My name is Fenton Jones. I'm the CEO of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Border Towns. Thank you for having me this morning. We support LD 948 and act to support Boys and Girls Clubs through the lottery revenue. We are greatly appreciative for the consideration of utilizing lottery revenue to support Boys and Girls Clubs across Maine. As a federated organization, we have the opportunity to learn from what other states and clubs are doing and successfully across the country. Today, I wanted to provide an example of another state who utilizes lottery revenue to support clubs and academic after-school enrichment programs. In Tennessee, the General Assembly established that profits from the lottery go towards specific educational programs, such as college scholarships, early childhood programs, and after-school programs. Part of the legislation designated 100% of monies constituting an unclaimed prize shall be deposited in an after-school account for the purposes of administering a system of competitive grants and technical assistance for eligible organizations providing after-school educational programs within Tennessee. The program effectively became known as the Lottery for Education After-School Program, also known as LEAP. Is a complementary to school curricula that allows OST providers to provide high-quality services in core academic areas, such as reading, math, and science skill development and enhancement. It also allows OST providers to offer enrichment and support activities in areas such as health and nutrition, technology, sports, and recreation. Within the LEAP program, there are specific requirements that organizations must meet in order to qualify for funding, if received. If there is further interest, we are happy to follow up with the committee on what those requirements entail and what is required of out-of-school providers following our testimony. Because Tennessee allows out-of-school time providers to be eligible for funding through the lottery, the over $1 million that the Boys and Girls Clubs receive in Tennessee allow them to reach more kids, provide services that support academics, mentoring, and other enrichment programs. Again, thank you for your time this morning, and please support LD 948. Walalan.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for coming in this morning. Great. Next up, we have the Honorable Mary Nelson, and she'll be followed by Director Minio. So welcome.
Okay, now I'm unmuted.
Yep.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Caiazzo, and members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. A very special good morning to Louis and Craig, with whom I served in the Maine House. You have both advanced to senators, and I congratulate you. So thank you for welcoming us today. I am here representing the Maine Alliance of the Boys and Girls Club of Maine. That is our advocacy group for the Boys and Girls Club, and we represent all of the Boys and Girls Club throughout the state. We have given you a short overview of some of the club activities, and we hope that that will help you to realize that this bill would be a very good one to support kids throughout Maine. Today, our goal was to provide the overview and how we work to support youth and how we have adapted over the last year to the circumstances of COVID. And we have adapted to new Mainers and a variety of other changing circumstances as the needs of children have changed. You heard from colleagues about how we approach our programs through positive youth development and models anchored in extensive research that has proven to be effective when measuring youth outcomes Because we are part of the National Boys and Girls Club organization, we have access to all of the results and the research of evaluating the various programs that the Boys and Girls Clubs support. We shared how clubs are more than after-school programs. In a prior hearing, there was a member of the committee that said, gee, when I was growing up, I just went to the Boys and Girls Clubs for sports. Actually, we still do sports, but we do so much more now. We do feeding programs, we do leadership skills, we do after-school homework assistance, etc. These programs are all responsive to the community needs and are all geared to ensuring safety for our children and success for our children. Our children graduate from high school in higher percentages than the general public, and so on. More than 38,000 youth are alone and unsupervised between the hours of 3 to 6 p.m. in Maine. Clubs give these young people a safe place to go during out of school hours and give parents, their working parents, the peace of mind that they are being mentored and assisted. Oops, sorry. As you've heard today, the Boys and Girls Club fill that gap between home and school. And they provide a welcoming, positive environment in which kids and teens have fun, participate in life-changing programs and experiences, and build supportive relationships with peers and caring adults. So we urge you to support Maine kids by voting in favor of LD 948. This will provide Boys and Girls Clubs across the state with critical resources to help expand Boys and Girls Clubs and to reach even more at-risk youth. Thank you very much for your time. And we stand ready, the Boys and Girls Club, to provide you any further information that you would like to see in order to support this legislation.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Good to see you again. Representative Tuttle.
Yes, Representative Nelson, good to see you again, Mary.
Thank you.
What terms did you serve in, Mary? I believe we did serve together. I believe I was in the other body then. I'm not sure. What term, what legislature?
I bet you're right, and I apologize for neglecting to greet you, especially as a colleague. I was in the 124th, 125th, and 126th, 2008 to 14.
Well, Mary, I have daughters, so I'm used to being ignored. Yeah, personal joke, but anyway, Mary, good to see you again. And I was in the other body, but now I'm back where I belong in the House. But Mary, good to see you again.
Thank you. We always said the House was more fun anyway.
Yes, yes.
Representative McCreight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Honorable Nelson. I was going to ask, but you laid it out as well, all the different things that happen at Boys and Girls Clubs. Having worked in public schools where kids would go to the nearby Boys and Girls Club, I saw all the things that you're describing. Is it fair to say that among the outcomes are increased safety because it's a supervised experience, and that confidence comes from having that experience of the Boys and Girls Club, self-confidence, strength in knowing who someone is, knowing who they are?
I would agree with you. I think those are both things that happen. The students have after school programs where they can get help with their homework. During the pandemic, we've done that virtually. The clubs have been open for fewer students than in the past because of distancing restrictions. But we have done a lot through virtual programming. And the statistics show that Boys and Girls Clubs members graduate from high school with a higher percentage than some of their peers. They reject drugs at a higher rate than their peers. They have less teenage pregnancy than the general public. And so I think that those are all statistics that show that it is a safe and supportive environment that really does build skills and leadership and self-confidence.
Great. Any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and good to see you again.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Director Minio from Bablo. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Senator Lucchini, Representative Cayazzo, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. And today I'm providing the following written testimony in opposition to LD 948. LD 948 proposes the creation of a new lottery game with proceeds dedicated to support the Boys and Girls Clubs of America or successor organization. Since its inception in 1974, the Maine Lottery has transferred over $1.54 billion to the state's general fund, over $64.5 million in fiscal year 20. Since 1996, the Maine State Lottery has also offered a variety of instant ticket games to specifically benefit the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund. In fiscal year 20, the Maine Lottery transferred $651,000 to the Maine Outdoor Heritage Fund for a total of $21.9 million in the partnership's history. That being said, although there have been numerous bills over the last 25 years that, like LD 948, propose creation of a new game that dedicates the revenue to a specific purpose, the Outdoor Heritage Fund game remains the only one of its kind. The Maine Lottery is proud of the funding generated to support critical conservation and wildlife projects throughout Maine, but over the years, player interest in the Maine Outdoor Heritage game has waned, and the dedicated revenue stream has become less dependable. Our experience has shown that a new game with dedicated revenue would not generate significant new lottery participation, and revenue garnered by a new game would come at the expense of the general fund. In addition, a new dedicated revenue game may result in a significant number of requests for other games to fund a variety of worthy causes. It is preferable that the Maine Lottery proceeds continue to flow to the general fund. Additionally, Maine Lottery staff are best positioned to maximize profits for the state when they are focused on the entire portfolio of games offered by the Maine Lottery. Thank you for allowing me to testify before the committee today, and I'm happy to respond to any questions. And of course, I'll be available for the work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Minio. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Minio, I'm still trying to get all the players in my brain, and I'm just trying to understand why the director of Bablo is talking about the lottery. Wouldn't that be Director Champion, or is that his name?
No, ma'am. No, our bureau has purview and responsibility for all alcohol and lottery operations.
Okay, I got it. Bablo.
Yes, ma'am.
BLO, low. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, that was an easy question.
Any other questions from the committee at this time? It's hard to keep all the acronyms straight around here, especially where Representative Wood serves on the Energy Committee, where they just speak in acronyms. So, all right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Director Minio, for your testimony.
You're welcome.
So that concludes the list of people that we have who are registered to testify. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 948. And so with that, that'll conclude our public hearing portion of this morning's meeting. I think at this time we'll take a break for lunch as well as partisan caucuses. And then we'll reconvene. How does 12:15 sound for people? Does that work? About 45 minutes, a bit of a lunch break and a chance for people to catch up and caucus. That works. Okay, great. So we'll take a break until 12:15, and for committee members, same link will get you back into this meeting as before. So thanks, everybody. We'll be on recess till 12:15.
Oops, actually, when I looked at the text message, I realized it was from Representative Riley, so. Hi, Representative Riley.
Who did you think it was from?
Representative Chiazzo asking where we were at. I got a text message like, where are y'all at? So.
They're doing chairs and leads, Morgan. So we were chatting.
I thought maybe it was already over. I was like, wow, I was only gone for 30 minutes. They were able to get all those bills done in that time.
Nope.
Impressive.
Nice dream.
Yeah.
Janet's reminding us that we're live.
I'm okay
Yep.
with that.
Yeah,
I stand by everything that I have said.
Me too.
as well.
I'm getting my shot today. I'm so excited. My second.
Nice.
You
I
get-
got mine Wednesday.
Yeah.
Great sense of relief.
Get mine on Tuesday.
Great.
Did you have any side effects? Okay.
I'm not having any at all. Just at my arm sore, but like a tetanus shot.
It was really interesting to try to sign up online for one this morning. And I don't, yeah, it was a lot of hitting refresh over and over and over again. So.
Did you get through or no?
I didn't get through, but I had a friend who was like, I'm going to help you get an appointment. So I gave her my information and she was able to, I think she has better internet than I do. And she hit refresh multiple times and she was able to get myself, her husband, and another friend that appointments. But the whole time that I was hitting refresh, I wasn't able to get an appointment. So
No.
Yeah.
I had put the site on my favorite bar so I could go to it fast. And finally it worked, but
yeah, I was gonna just kind of hang back and wait for a rush of people to go, but I'm gonna start waiting tables soon. So it's like, all right. Well,
Good.
Sooner the better. So
I'm glad you got one.
yeah.
Representative Wood, I got the car seat all set, so wish me luck.
What do you have?
Car seat for my grandson.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's car seat. I got it.
Well, no, I finally got it after about 20 tries, so I'm getting better.
I've never been able to figure it out. I don't have to do it very often, but when I do, it's
Yeah, well,
a challenge. Usually the child helps me figure out how to do it.
well, I know. That's what I'm hoping for, Bob. Now, Morgan, what seat number are you?
I'm seat 74. So I sit next to Scott Cuddy is 75. And then Lynn Williams is 73 over there.
Well, I'm 98 this year, which is
wow.
Next to a gentleman from Wyndham. Yeah, he's Bruce, not Bruce Bryan, but his brother. And then when I first got elected, I was in seat 91. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but we had a late night session. It was about 4 a.m. and we were all really tired. And the guy next to me from Brule was totally asleep. And I was not much better. And there was a young photographer that took our picture. And that picture
Representative Tuttle, I just wanted to remind you we're live.
Okay, all right. But I think it's a true story, so it's all right. And I got calls. It went national, the picture. And I got calls from relatives in Ohio and New York saying, yeah, John, you really look like you're working hard. So it's taken me 30 years to get over that. And yeah, so I'll keep quiet from now on.
Well, the seats in the Civic Center are incredibly uncomfortable, so I couldn't imagine falling asleep there.
Yeah. I remember attending a concert with my daughter at Cumberland. Yeah. Back with some teen groups. So, it was quite an experience. All I can say is the important people are here, right?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, you just missed one of my long stories. And they told me I was going national, Senator Farron. I said, that's okay, because it was a true story, Brad.
Well, listen, I spent enough time with pilots in the Air Force that I learned a lesson a long time ago. As long as whenever they was telling war stories, if there was 1% truth in the story, then the whole story was.
Well, that's why I got into politics, Brad.
All right, folks, we're going to get started here with work sessions. We got a long laundry list of bills to go through. I will start with some reminders. So we are going to open up the work session on a number of bills for the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. The YouTube live stream for this meeting, which is accessible to the public, begins at the scheduled start time, which we're a little later on, unfortunately, and will remain on until the end of the day's work. If your video or audio is on, even if the committee is not then in active session or is on break, the public can see or hear you. This is a public meeting. While we are meeting, discussion must happen on screen and not by way of the Zoom chat. You may use the chat to request to speak or to indicate that you are having a technical issue or to indicate that you are momentarily stepping away from the screen. However, again, you are not to use the chat feature for some substantive discussion. If you're having technical difficulties, please contact the committee clerk, who will try to help resolve the problem, or contact the Legislative Information Technology Office if necessary. Let me see, materials we provided electronically for this meeting, either through screen share, email, or posted to the committee materials page before the meeting or soon thereafter. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present, at least 7 members, including a senator, in order to be counted as present. Your identity must be visibly verifiable on the Zoom screen. And we don't need introductions again. And so we will begin by opening the work session on LD 1060. And that is an act to increase the state revenue from casino net income, reallocate the state distribution, and provide tax uniformity.
So, Mr. Chair, since we didn't list it, I can make a motion for that if you'd like to go to work session on LD 1060.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini. Yes, that would definitely be in order.
Second.
So moved by Senator Lucchini to go into work session, seconded by Representative Tuttle. Karen, if you want to run through the roll for that, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farron.
Yay.
Senator Farron, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff, absent. 11 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Karen. So we can now commence the work session on LD 1060. Senator Lucchini, did you?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just regarding 1060, I know that it was brought forward very well intentioned to help Maine's tribes. However, given the hearing and the input from the tribes and their strong opposition to the bill, I'd make a motion of ought not to pass on LD 1060.
Second.
I had a motion from Senator Lucchini, seconded by, I think it was Representative McCrate. Okay. So the motion on the floor is ought not to pass 1060. It's Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. For some reason, something was going on with my audio prior to coming into work session. Did the bill's sponsor ask us to vote against his bill, to vote ought not to pass, or is this something that?
I haven't had any interaction with the bill sponsor. No, this was committee decision.
Okay, I was wondering if the bill sponsor was in the work session or has been notified of the work session. Was there any notification to the bill sponsor of the work session?
He's in the attendee list now, but as far as I understand, it's the committee's option to do that if we choose, right?
Oh, it's absolutely the committee's option, but I just have concerns when we immediately move into a work session. I mean, I hate the bill, right? But you know, when we automatically move into a work session, I always like to make sure that the bill sponsor is aware that we're doing that. I mean, I think that that's just general respect.
Okay. Would you like to bring him into the work session to ask questions? We certainly can do that if you'd like.
I think we should probably.
Okay, we'll bring in Representative Babbage, promote him into as panelist. So Representative Babbage is present. Representative Corey, if you have questions.
Sure. Representative Babbage, do you want us to go ahead and kill your bill?
Is that a leading question, Representative Corey? I appreciate being brought in. I'm glad I held on. I was going to text the chair at some point, but I hadn't thought about you going right to it. I just wanted to say to some of the people that testified after I did, I don't want them to misunderstand my intentions. As a legislator, I get to make state policy, which is what this would be, for Maine citizens of all types who I want to help and protect. And Maine's tribal citizens are Maine citizens. So I don't think, and there was also a reference about cannibalization. My intent was to leave the distribution totally in the hands of the tribes. So I would not expect the Passamaquoddies and Penobscots to get less than they do now. As a matter of fact, the whole idea was to increase everyone's, and maybe just to include the Micmacs who are not included at all in our tribal state negotiations right now, with something, you know. But so I know where you're at. I heard the tribes. I think they missed an opportunity, only because what I'm proposing is only an interim measure. Well, it could be permanent if gaming is defeated, but if gaming does pass, then my bill would be in effect until they actually have a casino. So it'd be beneficial all the way around. I appreciate the opportunity to explain all that. I understand where people are, but and I did not expect that the casinos, you know, and I respect the lobbyists for them very much. I've worked with them for a lot of on various issues, but obviously they would not be in favor of this. I was asking to tax only half the profits, so it would not be threatening to the existence of the business operation. So with all that, I know where everybody's at, and I appreciate being heard. And I would ask you to proceed with the not to pass recommendation.
Representative Corey.
Thank you. I'm just glad that Representative Babbage has now had the opportunity to sort of explain where he was at after having had the public hearing. You never get to respond. Do you know what I mean, during a public hearing if you're a bill sponsor? So great.
I
Thank
appreciate
you,
that very much.
Representative Babbage.
Thank you.
Senator Lucchini.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And like I said at the outset, I know Representative Babbage's intentions were good on this. I'm friends with Representative Babbage. I have a lot of respect for him. It's just, after we heard the response, I felt this,
No, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, further questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the floor is ought not to pass for LD 1060. Karen, you can call the roll when you're ready, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren.
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff, absent. 11 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 2 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So the motion ought not to pass is successful. The 2 absentees will have 2 days to register their vote with the clerk. Having said that, obviously that concludes the work session for 1060, and I will turn the gavel back over to Senator Lucchini.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, if possible, can we just take a quick 2-minute break just to see if people will be available on the next bill? I'll just try to make a quick call. Okay, I think we're good to move on, except for we're missing Janet, our most important member. So, I think as we'll, we've got a long list of bills on the work session agenda, so we'll, in just a moment, we'll get started on LD 554. And just a reminder to everybody, Janet has sent out her analysis by email. So that's, if you wanted to follow along or read ahead on different bills, that's all available in your email from Janet this morning. So. Okay, so I think we'll move to the next bill on our list, which will be LD 554, an act to create gaming equity and fairness for Native American tribes in Maine.
Here we go. I tried to unmute, but it didn't work. Sorry about that. So I put a lot of background information in the bill analysis. I'm not sure how much you want me to go through, just where there are so many new members of the committee who may not be familiar with this. If you want, I can skip straight to what IGRA provides, but just give me directions, interrupt me, let me know.
Okay, yeah, I think that's great, Janet, because we do have a lot of new members and this has a lot of history. So, I mean, just so members know, I think our intention, like some of the more complicated bills, was to use this just as more of an information gathering session for us and opportunity to ask questions and potentially table it and then come back to this, give us more time to digest some of the history. And this does have a lot of interplay with federal law, so it's a bit more complicated. So
do you want me to go through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's great. Yeah.
Okay. So this bill provides, under a certain provision that I'll talk about later, of the Federal Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act of 1980, that the state of Maine, the Passamaquoddy tribe, the Penobscot Nation, and the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians agree and establish that the Federal Indian Gaming Regulatory Act governs the government responsibility and jurisdiction of the state and each tribal government over the conduct of gaming activities by each tribe on its respective Indian territory or trust land. So some background information on the current federal and state laws governing the jurisdiction of the state and the tribes over tribal lands. So the Federal Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act of 1980, which you'll hear a lot referred to just as the Settlement Act, that's the federal law, ratified a state law that I'm about to discuss and established the following general rules. So these are federally established rules for the state of Maine. So it provides generally that the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation, as well as their members and land owned by or held in trust by the federal government for the benefit of those tribes, shall be subject to the jurisdiction of the state of Maine to the extent and in the manner provided in the Maine Implementing Act. It also provides that those two tribes have jurisdiction separate and distinct from the civil and criminal jurisdiction of the state, again, to the extent authorized by the Maine Implementing Act. So the Settlement Act gave the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation, some jurisdiction, but it had to be provided by in Maine law in that Maine Implementing Act. And otherwise, the state has jurisdiction over those tribes and their lands. A separate provision of the Federal Settlement Act provides that the members of all other tribes or bands of Indians in the state, and that would include the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians and its members and any lands or natural resources owned by the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians or held in trust by the federal government for the benefit of the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians, shall be subject to the civil and criminal jurisdiction of the state of Maine and the laws of the state to the same extent as any other person or land in the state of Maine. So that's a different treatment for that tribe than for the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation. So that's the Federal Settlement Act. When that was enacted, it ratified the then version of the Maine Implementing Act. So the Maine Implementing Act is in Title 30, Chapter 601, and it also establishes that except as otherwise specified within that title and chapter, the Passamaquoddy tribe, Penobscot Nation, Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians and their members and all of their lands or lands held in trust for them by the federal government are subject to the laws of the state to the same extent as any other person or lands in the state of Maine. There are limited exceptions to that general rule in the Maine Implementing Act, including recognition of the Passamaquoddy tribe and Penobscot Nation's municipal-like authority over their respective Indian territories, as well as those two tribes' authority over internal tribal matters, which under the Maine Implementing Act shall not be subject to regulation by the state. There are many other provisions in the Maine Implementing Act about fishing and hunting ordinances, for example, and how different monies and lands are taxed. But as far as for the purposes of this bill, that's the important thing to know, that generally speaking, Maine law governs the tribes, but there is a specific recognition for the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation that they have municipal-like authority over their lands set forth in the Maine Implementing Act and full authority over internal tribal matters. A few years after those laws were enacted and ratified, the law court rejected the Penobscot Nation's argument that as part of its exclusive jurisdiction over internal tribal matters, it had the authority to conduct Beano games that didn't comply with state gaming laws as a method for the nation of raising funds to finance essential tribal services and programs. So that's the Penobscot Nation versus Stilton case that was mentioned by some of the people at the public hearing. That decision suggests, if you read it, that under the Maine Implementing Act and Federal Settlement Act, the Passamaquoddy Tribe, Penobscot Nation, and Holton Band of Maliseet Indians may not conduct gaming activities on their lands unless those activities are specifically authorized by Maine law. There is a footnote there because there was some testimony submitted and some legal opinions and legal briefs submitted that I linked to the footnote that provide an argument that can be made that the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians isn't bound by the Stilton decision, but I didn't get into who was right or wrong on that. It's just that's sort of the state of the law right now. So current Maine law governing tribal gaming, because remember the Sylvan decision and the Maine Implementing Act and the Federal Settlement Act all suggest that Maine law governs the types of gaming that tribes can conduct even on their own lands or their trust lands. So you're all familiar, we've talked about it a little bit before, that there are games of chance and there are raffles and regular low stakes, Beano and bingo, and the Gambling Control Unit issues licenses and registrations to certain types of organizations to run those games, and they're subject to very strict limitations on the entry fees that can be charged, the amounts of prizes that can be given out, etc., and so forth. It's theoretically possible that somebody who's a part of the tribes might have a type of organization that's eligible for those licenses or registrations just to the same extent as any other person in Maine. There is, however, specific authority in Maine law for the Passamaquoddy Tribe, Penobscot Nation, Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, and Aroostook Band of Micmacs. Those are the 4 federally recognized Indian tribes in Maine. They all have potential authority under Maine law to obtain a license to operate high stakes bingo for a maximum of 27 weekends per year. It's called high stakes bingo as far as I can tell because there's no limit on the value of a single prize or the total prize value that can be offered. And when they have those 27 weekends per year, the tribe who has a license may also register with the Gambling Control Unit to sell Lucky 7 or similar sealed tickets 2 hours before and ending 2 hours after the high stakes bingo game. There was some testimony about the types of machines that are allowed to be used to dispense the tickets, and what Maine law currently says about that is the tickets may be sold in the dispenser as long as the element of chance is provided by the ticket itself and not by the dispenser. So beyond that, what the actual machines are like, I couldn't answer for you. You'd have to ask somebody else, but that's what the current Maine law says about those tickets. As far as casinos, slot machines, and table games, the Gambling Control Board under current law, as you probably are all very aware, may only issue 2 casino operator licenses, one to a commercial track, and that's the Hollywood Casino in Bangor, and one to a facility in Oxford County, which is the Oxford Casino. There is a recognition in current Maine statute, which states that the Gambling Control Board may accept an application submitted by a federally recognized Indian tribe in the state that was licensed to conduct high stakes bingo at a gaming facility in Washington County on January 1st, 2012. Although it says that, the statute further provides that the application may only be accepted if that tribe is authorized expressly by law to operate slot machines at the gaming facility, and there is no such law that has been passed in Maine. So currently, no tribe is eligible to apply for a casino or a slot machine license. In addition, some other provisions of law that were mentioned at the public hearing that you may want to be familiar with respect to the issuance of future casino and slot machine operator licenses, under current law, a license may not be issued to operate those facilities that's located within 100 miles of a licensed casino or slot machine facility that also exists. So that's the 100-mile radius law that people refer to. In addition, current law provides that any proposed casino or slot machine facility may not be issued a license unless it has been approved by a statewide referendum vote and a vote of the municipal officers or municipality in which the casino or slot machine facility is to be located. So that's current statute. And as with all of the statutes I'm talking about today, it's of course up to you whether you want to amend them or notwithstand them, but but that is what the law says right now. So the bill is about applying the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act to Maine. And so a little bit of background on that. There was a case in 1987, the Cabazon case, where the US Supreme Court held that unless there's explicit congressional approval, states are not allowed to regulate the gaming operations of Indian tribes on their tribal lands if those states do not prohibit such gaming as a matter of criminal law or public policy generally. So that's the Cabazon case. A year after that decision, Congress enacted the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which I'm just going to call IGRA from now on, to regulate Indian gaming and to provide states with a limited authority to negotiate how certain categories of gaming activities would be conducted on tribal lands. So before IGRA, states didn't have any control unless Congress provided otherwise. And so Congress did provide otherwise in IGRA. And as you'll see below, when I get to it, not the Supreme Court, but the First Circuit Court of Appeals decided that Congress did provide otherwise for Maine in the Settlement Act, but we'll get there. So as far as IGRA's general framework, and you might hear Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 gaming. When I first was assigned to work on VLA, I had no idea what anyone was talking about when they said those things. So in case anyone is like me, this is what they mean. Class 1 gaming is defined to include social games solely for prizes of minimal value or traditional forms of Indian gaming engaged in by individuals as part of or in connection with tribal ceremonies or celebrations. Class 1 gaming, it states in IGRA that tribes have exclusive jurisdiction to operate that type of gaming on their lands, and IGRA is not going to apply to those other than to say that tribes have the total authority over those types of gaming, as long as they're a tribe controlled by IGRA, that is. Class 2 gaming. So that's defined to include bingo, including electronic bingo, as well as card games that are either authorized by or at least not explicitly prohibited by the law of the state and that are played in accordance with state law regarding permitted hours and prize limits. So those type of card games do not include, for Class 2 purposes, any banked card game. If you didn't know what that means, a banked card game is where you play against the house. I did not realize that. And electronic facsimiles of games of chance are also not Class 2 gaming, nor is a slot machine of any kind. So the types of slot machines and table games that we think of in casinos are not Class 2 gaming, but other types of games of chance and card games are, as well as bingo and electronic bingo. So how is Class 2 gaming regulated under IGRA? Tribes are allowed to conduct that type of gaming on their Indian lands if the state permits such gaming for any purpose by any person, organization, or entity. So if the state law says that electronic bingo is allowed in VFW halls only on Saturdays once a year, the state is permitting that gaming for any purpose by any entity, so the state is allowing it, and that would be one of the prerequisites for Class 2 gaming on Indian lands. In addition, before the tribe can engage in Class 2 gaming, it has to enact a tribal ordinance, which has to be approved by the chair of the National Indian Gaming Commission. And that tribal ordinance under IGRA has to provide several things. First, that ordinance has to provide that the tribe has sole proprietary interest and responsibility for the gaming activity, and that the net revenues from that activity can only be used for specified purposes, including funding the government operations of the tribe, providing for the general welfare of tribal members, promoting tribal economic development, donations to charity, and helping fund operations of local government agencies. So all this has to be set forth in the ordinance before Class 2 gaming can commence. In addition, the ordinance has to provide for annual independent audits of the gaming activities and annual independent audits of any contract that's worth more than $25,000 a year involving those gaming activities. And those audits have to be provided through the ordinance to the National Indian Gaming Commission. The ordinance also has to provide that the gaming facility will be constructed and operated in a manner which adequately protects the environment and public health and safety. And the ordinance has to provide for background investigations of all primary management officials and key employees of the gaming enterprise. So if the tribe passes such an ordinance, it's approved by the National Indian Gaming Commission chair, and the state allows some kind of Class 2 gaming for any purpose by any person in the state, then the tribe would be able to, under IGRA, conduct Class 2 gaming on its lands. So Class 3 gaming, the next category, includes all form of gaming that's not Class 1 or Class 2. So what does that mean? That would be your banked card games where you play against the house, like blackjack, table games, slot machines, sports betting, pari mutual wagering on dog or horse racing, etc. So all your other types of gaming are Class 3 gaming. So when may tribes conduct Class 3 gaming on their lands under IGRA? First, the state has to permit that type of gaming for any purpose by any person, organization, or entity. In addition, the tribes have to pass a tribal ordinance approved by the National Indian Gaming Commission chair that meets the requirements that I just discussed for Class 2 gaming. So they have to have an ordinance that meets all the same requirements, but that's applicable to the Class 3 gaming. And the Class 3 gaming has to be conducted under an approved tribal state compact. The provisions about that I'm going to explain below. There is an authorization in IGRA for the tribe to hire a management company to conduct the gaming, and that's also overseen by the National Indian Gaming Commission. It has to be approved, whatever contract they enter. So as far as the tribal state compact under IGRA, states that upon receiving a request from a tribe, the state has to negotiate with the Indian tribe in good faith to enter into a compact. That compact may not take effect until it's been approved by the Secretary of Interior and published in the Federal Register, however. So the IGRA specifically states that the compact may address issues including the application of state and tribal criminal and civil laws to the gaming, the division of criminal and civil jurisdiction as far as enforcement of those laws, assessments that the state will impose on Class 3 gaming to defray necessary costs of regulating the gaming. IGRA also states that the compact can include taxation by the tribe in amounts comparable to amounts assessed by the state for comparable activities. It also provides that the compact can cover licensing standards for the operation and maintenance of that Class 3 gaming facility, as well as any other subject directly related to the operation of gaming activities. So that's what IGRA states as far as what the compact can address. And then remember, it can't take effect unless the Secretary of Interior approves it and it's been published in the Federal Register. Finally, a topic that comes up often about IGRA, at least when this committee's discussed it in the past, is what are the tribal lands that are qualified on which this gaming can take place. So under IGRA, Indian lands is defined as all lands within the limit of any Indian reservation, and the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation do have an Indian reservation, each of them in Maine, and any lands, the title to which is either held in trust by the United States for the benefit of the tribe or an individual, or held by the tribe and it has restrictions on alienation. Alienation is selling. So if the United States government holds it in trust or it's the Indian reservation, as far as for purposes of Maine, then that's the type of land on which gaming can be conducted by the tribe, except that IGRA provides more. It also says that tribes may not conduct Class 2 or Class 3 gaming on any trust land they acquire after October 17th, 1988. That was the effective date of IGRA. There's only few limited exceptions to that rule, so it has to be trust land that was in place before 1988, except if it's land that's within or contiguous to the boundaries of the reservation on that date, or it's land on which the Secretary of Interior concludes it would be in the best interest for the tribe to locate that gaming facility. If that exception is used, the governor of the state has to agree. Or finally, any lands taken into trust as part of a settlement of a land claim. So this last category, at least as far as I see it, makes it look like it could be future trust lands that are purchased. And for people who weren't in VLA, when this concept was discussed in 2020, sorry, I'm trying to remember, we're in 2021 now. Yes, in 2020, it was stated that this catch-all provision about the compact, that any other subject directly related to the operation of gaming activities could be part of the negotiation of the compact. It was suggested that that could include where the tribal facility for Class 3 gaming would be located. I'm not an expert on that area of the law, but I think one of the experts is here, but I just want to let you know that that was asserted as a possibility when this concept was discussed in VLA in the past. This footnote here talks about the fact that because states have immunity from suit, a tribe is no longer able to go to court and force a state to negotiate a compact, but under Department of Interior regulations, if the tribe does not, if the state does not agree to the compact, there is a process by which the Secretary of Interior itself would prescribe the rules for Class 3 gamings in the state. So I don't have experience with that, but that is what the law says.
Right, and we do have an expert here for some of those specifics, but I see Representative McCrate has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Janet, could you just back up a little bit to the alienation? Could you just explain what that means again? I missed that. Thank you.
I don't know how much that applies in Maine. Some of the attorneys for the tribes or the tribal chiefs themselves would be better to explain if any such land even exists in Maine. But if the United States has restricted the alienation, which means alienation is your ability to sell any interest in the land. So if the US government has said, tribes, you can have this, but you can't sell it, or you can only sell it to certain people, or only if you then give us back like it has to be a right of first refusal or something. Those are all types of restrictions on alienation. As far as I'm aware, however, in Maine, we have reservation land and then trust lands. But as I said, to confirm that, you should probably go directly to the source. So after IGRA was enacted, the Passamaquoddy tribe in 1996 sought to negotiate a tribal state compact with the state of Maine for the purposes of potentially opening a casino on land to be purchased in Calais. After the state asserted that IGRA didn't apply in Maine, the tribe brought a court action to compel the state to negotiate a compact. And this decision that I'm going to talk about was issued right before the Supreme Court said you can't sue a state. So that's why we got an answer in this case. So in Passamaquoddy tribe versus the state of Maine, the First Circuit Court of Appeals decided that IGRA does not apply in Maine. And that decision was based specifically on a provision of the federal law, that Settlement Act we talked about at the very beginning. And that's provision, which is 16B of the Settlement Act, provides, and this is a little bit of lengthy language, but it's worth reading, that the provision of any federal law enacted after October 10th, 1980, when the Settlement Act took effect. So any federal law passed after then for the benefit of Indians, Indian nations, or tribes or band of Indians, which would affect or preempt the application of the laws of the state of Maine, including the application of the laws of the state to lands held or owned by the tribe or held in trust for the tribe, shall not apply. So any of those federal laws would not apply within the state of Maine unless such provision of such subsequently enacted federal law is specifically made applicable within the state of Maine. So the First Circuit Court of Appeals said IGRA is a federal law. It was enacted after 1980. I don't know if the tribes would agree, but the First Circuit Court of Appeals said that IGRA was for the benefit of Indians, Indian nations, or tribes of Indians. The court said that it would affect or preempt the application of the laws of the state of Maine to tribal lands. And the First Circuit Court of Appeals said that Congress chose not to include in IGRA any indication that it meant to make that statute specifically applicable within Maine. So for those reasons, under Section 16B of the Settlement Act, the First Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the federal appellate court that has jurisdiction over Maine, decided that the Settlement Act precludes the operation of IGRA in Maine. So that's sort of the background of where we are now, and it's a very abbreviated background. There's a lot more that can be said about the history of the tribes with relation to the state, but I felt like this was lengthy enough. So the bill itself that's before you doesn't have anything to do with 16B of the Settlement Act. It invokes a completely different provision, which is Section 6E of the Settlement Act. So as it's currently drafted, LD 554 provides under that section of the Settlement Act that the state and the Passamaquoddy tribe, the Penobscot Nation, and the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians agree and establish that the government responsibility and jurisdiction of the state and the tribes within the tribe's respective Indian territory or trust land are governed by IGRA. And I quoted those things purposefully because Section 6C of the Federal Settlement Act, in that provision, the federal government provided its advance consent for specific changes to be made to the jurisdictional relationship of the state as vis-a-vis the tribes that have been established through the Settlement Act. So if you remember, the Settlement Act provides that for the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation, generally speaking, they're subject to the laws of the state of Maine unless the Maine Implementing Act provides otherwise. And as far as the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians is concerned, they are, under the Federal Settlement Act, subject to the laws of the state of Maine, just in a blanket way. So 6E of the Federal Settlement Act says Congress and the federal government say, okay, generally speaking, we have supremacy over state law. If a federal law is passed, we're going to give advance consent. You don't need to come back to us and get further consent if you do certain things. And that consent was given as far as amending the Maine Implementing Act with respect to the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation on 3 issues. First, the enforcement or application of civil, criminal, or regulatory laws of the Passamaquoddy tribe, the Penobscot Nation, and the state within their respective jurisdictions. So if the state wanted to change that and the tribes agreed, Congress agreed in advance to those changes. And those kinds of changes have occurred. There's been changes to the jurisdiction, for example, of the tribal courts. So I believe that this kind of provision has been invoked before to change the Maine Implementing Act. In addition, there's advance consent under 6E for the allocation or determination of government responsibility of the state and the tribe or nation over specified subject matters or specified geographic areas, or both, including provision for concurrent jurisdiction between the state and the tribe or nation. I believe this is the section that LD 554 is trying to invoke, because it talks about specified geographic areas being tribal lands and the determination of government responsibility. And the determination under LD 554 is that IGRA would apply to those specified geographic areas and talk about the government responsibility. So I think that's the provision that the bill is trying to invoke. But there is also advance consent for the allocation of jurisdiction between tribal courts and state courts. And as I've mentioned, that has been changed in the Maine Implementing Act several times without needing to go back to Congress, because 6E of the Federal Settlement Act says you don't have to go back to Congress as long as your amendments apply to one of these 3 subjects. There's also a provision in 6E that states that there's advanced consent from Congress for the state of Maine and the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians to execute agreements regarding the jurisdiction of the state of Maine over lands owned by or held in trust for the benefit of the Houlton Band of Maliseet Indians or its members. So that's the second provision. So that's the section of the Federal Settlement Act being invoked by 554. As far as recent legislative history, although this first paragraph isn't really recent legislative history, but Representative Newell wanted to make sure that all of the members of this committee did realize that the Law and Legislative Reference Library has a comprehensive outline of Maine casino and gambling legislative history. So the email was sent to everyone, providing the link to that outline. And then that is also posted on the committee's page for LD 554. If anyone's interested who's watching, you can either click through the bill analysis or just go straight to the VLA page and you'll find that gaming history. It goes through all the different bills that were proposed and whether they were enacted or whether they weren't. But more recent history, in 2019, in the last legislature, established the Task Force on Changes to the Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act. And that task force was charged with making consensus recommendations to the legislature to propose changes to the Maine Implementing Act. All of the information about the task force and its membership, all of the materials from the task force meetings, including an overview of federal Indian gaming law prepared by attorney Michael Corey Hinton, who's counsel to the Passamaquoddy tribe. All of that information is available on the task force website. You just click this link in the bill analysis and you'll get there, including the final report of the task force and all of the consensus recommendations, which is available at that link if you just want to go there directly without going to the website itself. Most relevantly for this bill, consensus recommendation number 17 from the task force suggested that the legislature amend the Maine Implementing Act to render the Federal Indian Gaming Regulatory Act applicable in Maine. So the task force thought that IGRA should apply in Maine. At least the 9 members who had voting authority who voted on that particular recommendation. So as directed by the joint order that established the task force, the Judiciary Committee reported out a bill based on those recommendations to the second regular session of the 129th legislature. That's LD 2094. And as far as the topic that's before you today, with respect to tribal gaming, section 24 of the LD 2094 proposed adding new language to the Maine Implementing Act, which would have discussed that provision 16B of the Federal Settlement Act. And remember, 16B is the provision that says any federal law enacted after 1980 for the benefit of Indians doesn't apply in Maine unless Congress specifically says it does. So in 2094, the idea was to say that the state and the tribes agree that laws passed after 1980 for the benefit of Indians would apply in Maine. And even so, the summary of the bill explained that even though that provision of the bill didn't specifically talk about IGRA, the way it was written, it would apply to IGRA, and that would make IGRA apply in Maine, which was the consensus recommendation. Without getting into it, there was a lot of dispute, at least early on. I didn't follow the bill all the way through. I was staff to the task force, so I was aware of the dispute that occurred during the task force meetings and during the public hearings on the bill. But I don't know through the rest of the Judiciary Committee meetings what happened later. But there was dispute at the outset of whether this provision of the bill 2094 could actually work, whether the state of Maine and the tribes could say, yes, there are laws in Maine that would be affected or preempted if you applied all these federal laws in here, but we're just going to deem them not to be affected or preempted, and therefore all of those federal laws can apply in Maine. There was not everybody agreed that that would work, although some people strongly thought that it would work. But it doesn't really matter because LD 2094 was still in the possession of the Judiciary Committee when the legislature adjourned, and therefore that bill died. So what you have before you is slightly different. It doesn't involve 16B of the Settlement Act. Remember, instead of going down that road, the bill before you talks about section 6E, which Congress said, we're going to give advance consent for you to change the jurisdictional relationship between the tribes and the state. And that's what the bill attempts to invoke by applying IGRA in Maine. Nevertheless, I reached out to the Office of the Attorney General to see if they had any input on the bill. And they have cautioned still under this version that it's unclear whether section 6E of the Settlement Act, upon which this bill relies, the Attorney General's office thinks it's unclear whether the state and tribes can enter into an agreement providing that IGRA governs the conduct of gaming activities by the tribes on tribal lands in Maine. They first note that it's not clear that the application of IGRA to gaming conducted by the Passamaquoddy tribe or the Penobscot Nation is the specific type of amendment to the Maine Implementing Act contemplated in section 6E. Remember, there was an A, B, and C provision. Those types of agreements were specifically allowed, and the Office of the Attorney General isn't entirely clear that this bill before you falls under one of those 3 categories. The Office of the Attorney General also noted that the provision that applies to the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, which is paragraph 2 of section 6E, does not authorize the state and the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians to amend the jurisdictional provisions of the Maine Implementing Act. It just allows the state and the tribe to enter into agreements. It doesn't allow amendments to the Maine Implementing Act. In addition, while both paragraphs of section 6E reflect the federal government's advance consent to future agreements regarding modifications of the relationship between the state and the tribes, the Attorney General's office noted that those provisions don't necessarily provide advance consent to changes to that relationship that impose additional duties on the federal government. Finally, the Office of the Attorney General wanted me to make it very clear to you that they don't take a position on this bill, and they are ready and willing to help with any kind of answers to questions or amendment proposed language or anything else to effectuate either the bill's intent or the committee's intent moving forward. They did just want to caution you that there's a possibility that invoking Section 6E might not exactly work. But obviously that'd be up to a court to decide if there was a challenge in the future. The governor's office submitted a letter to the committee requesting that the committee consider adding a referendum requirement to the bill to confirm that broad public support for this expansion of legalized gambling opportunities exists. And the governor's office also suggested that there should be provisions in the bill clarifying the nature and extent of regulatory oversight that would accompany gaming under the bill. There were concerns by several different individuals and towns, both in oral and written testimony, about the potential economic impact on the existing casinos and surrounding towns. And at the public hearing, Senator Lucchini requested that the committee be provided with access to the market feasibility study that was conducted in 2014 through a contract from the Legislative Council. And so that link is available here. It's the White Sand Gaming Report. If you wanted to look at it, that was scanned in by the law library. And so you can get a direct copy just by clicking that link. In addition to talking about the economic impact of a new casino, Oxford Casino raised additional concerns, including that under AGRA, there's no requirement that the new tribal casino, if one is established, have to follow different requirements that exist in Maine law currently, including the 100-mile requirement that no new casino can be within 100 miles of an existing one. In addition, there would be no clear requirement under AGRA that there be a statewide referendum to approve a new casino, or that the host municipality approve the new casino, or that the new casino pay all of the licensing fees that are required under state law for existing casinos or for new casinos under state law. And the sites to those state laws are here if you wanted to read them. There were many requests for information. So Representative Tuttle wanted information regarding the state's ability under AGRA to send the terms of a tribal state compact to the voters for a referendum vote. I did not have time to do all of the things that were asked, but luckily our legislative researcher, Christian Braun, stepped in and she did provide a memo going through all different kinds of information about referendum votes. And that's available on the electronic LD file. I just want to show you that really quick in case I'm not going to show you the memo, but how do you find it? If you look in this list, remember when you click name a couple of times, it sorts it by name and you'll find the materials from OPLA at the top, including this memo on tribal state compact referendum. So if you click on that, you can get that memo and you can download it and print it. And I also emailed it to the committee members this morning. In addition, there was a request from Representative Doloff for population statistics in states versus the number of tribal casinos authorized by compacts. And that memo was also pulled together by our researcher, and that's also available on that same website. And I emailed it to the committee as well. There were questions about how the opening of a tribal casino would impact the casino cascade. And luckily we did talk about that a little bit this morning, so I don't have to provide you too much input, but you should know that currently 4% of net slot machine income from the Oxford Casino is directed by statute to be distributed to the tribal governments of the Penobscot Nation and the Passamaquoddy tribe. That statute does specifically state, however, that if either the Passamaquoddy tribe or the Penobscot Nation ends up owning or receiving funds from a slot machine facility or a casino in the future, that's not one of the two existing casinos, then that tribe will no longer be eligible to receive that funding from the cascade, and that funding would be retained by Oxford Casino itself. I would be remiss if I didn't note that OFPR, the Office of Fiscal and Program Review, puts out a compendium of state fiscal information, which I think is the most helpful booklet I've ever seen, especially for financial matters, which are not my strong suit. And I did just want to point out to you that if you look on page 62 of that document, which you can get through the link I gave you on the bill analysis, there's a whole chart here that shows you what percent of slot machine and table game income goes to which funds for Hollywood Casino versus Oxford Casino. And I just think this chart is definitely worth printing out and having handy if you're ever interested in the casino cascade, because this is very helpful. And then you also get information on the very next page about revenue that's actually come to the state from the casinos since 2011. So I just want to put in a plug for that because I find that to be very helpful and hopefully you do as well. There were also questions from Representative Wood about current reservation and trust lands for the Passamaquoddy tribe, Penobscot Nation, and Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, since those are the 3 federally recognized tribes captured by LD 554. It's worth noting that the geographic boundaries of the Passamaquoddy Indian Reservation and the Penobscot Indian Reservation are specifically defined by the Maine Implementing Act. So that's set forth in statute. In addition, to the extent you aren't aware of it, when the Settlement Act was passed, Congress appropriated $26.8 million to be held in trust for the Passamaquoddy tribe, an equal amount to be held in trust for the Penobscot Nation, excuse me, and $900,000 for the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians. Those funds were to be used by the Secretary of Interior to purchase trust land for the tribes. So under the Settlement Act, the first 150,000 acres of land purchased with those funds by the Secretary of Interior within areas described in the Maine Implementing Act. So the first 150,000 acres for the Passamaquoddy tribe, the first 150,000 acres for the Penobscot Nation, as long as they're purchased by the Secretary of Interior within the areas described in Maine law, that those would be held in trust for the benefit of that tribe. In addition, with the $900,000 for the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians anywhere within Maine, that the Secretary of Interior were to purchase the land for the benefit of the tribe, that would be held in trust for the tribe. But as far as the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians is concerned, the Maine Implementing Act requires those purchases to receive local approval as well. So as far as where are those lands currently, if you go to the Maine Indian Claims Task Force website and you scroll down to Thursday, December 5th, the meeting materials, all of the maps of the tribal lands are available. So for example, I'll just show you the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians one. If you were to click on this, they give you the map and their fee land. So land that they own just like any other landowner. So it's not trust land is in purple. And then they're in green are their trust lands. So these are the lands that potentially under the bill could be a location for a gaming facility. And you can find the same type of information for the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation. All of those lands were submitted by the maps were submitted by the tribes themselves. So I did think it was worth letting you know that the Judiciary Committee has currently before it a bill that would extend until January 31st, 2030. Oh, I forgot to say. So when the Secretary of Interior purchases land for the benefit of the Passamaquoddy tribe or the Penobscot Nation, the Maine Implementing Act has certain deadlines for those purchases to be made for them to count as trust land. So yes, it's the first 150,000 acres, but it also, if you look at the provisions of the Maine Implementing Act, it says you can purchase land in this area. It'll give you a long description of what the geographic area is and say you can make that purchase, but it has to be by insert date. There's all different dates for different parcels of land across the state. And so the Judiciary Committee has before it a bill that would extend the deadline until January 1st, 2030. I believe from speaking to the analyst on that bill that there might be an amendment that would just eliminate the time deadline, but we have to see when the bill is reported out how it finally is decided in the Judiciary Committee. The only technical issue with the bill, other than all of the things raised by different parties before about whether Section 6E authorizes it, which I can't tell you for certain, I just know the concerns have been raised. The only technical thing is whenever you amend the Maine Implementing Act, you have to do that by agreement with the tribes and the state, because that was an act that was negotiated between the tribes and the state. And more importantly, the bill itself says that it's codifying an agreement between the tribes and the state. But if you pass it and the governor signs it, then that's the state saying so. You still need to memorialize the agreement of the tribes. And that is commonly done whenever amendments to the Maine Implementing Act are enacted through laws. There is a contingent effective date clause, and I gave 2 examples here. And that is a way for the bill to require the tribes to agree and their governing bodies have to submit a certificate to the Secretary of State memorializing that agreement. And if and only if those agreements are given, then the bill would be effective. So I think that that would probably be required if the bill wants to actually be an agreement between the different governments. You'd need to memorialize that some way. So that's the only technical issue I had. And that is enough of me talking.
Thank you, Janet, for that analysis. That is a ton of information and super helpful. And I know we had a lot of information requests, and it's, in such a quick turnaround, it's great to have it all here. Can you hear me okay? My internet is unstable, it appears.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So at this point, I think we do have Attorney Corey Hinton here, who can help address some of the elements of the tribal compacts, which I think are helpful with that kind of background that Janet gave. So I'll bring in Mr. Hinton. And a lot of, obviously this bill as written, okay, oh, here we go. All right, so Mr. Hinton, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks. I know as somebody who's worked for the NIGC and has worked on compacts, I was wondering if you could kind of walk us through the process of how tribal and state compacts work, what elements could be negotiated, just from your experience, if that.
Sure, I would be happy to touch on that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, Chairman Lucchini and members of the VLA committee. With respect to the Tribal State Gaming Compact, it's important to note that tribal state gaming compacts are absolutely required for tribes to engage in Class 3 gaming, which Janet, she described in great detail. But generally, these are your Las Vegas style casinos, which include the playing of slot machines, house banked card games, and many of the sort of table games that you see in casinos. The compacting process and what is permitted for discussion in the compacting process is specifically set out in federal regulation that implements the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. The process starts with a request from a tribe for a state to enter into compact negotiations. And there's actually the process itself for engaging in the negotiations is sort of spelled out. So IGRA itself actually provides the process in terms of expectations for the parties to respond to one another. And there are provisions in place for when those negotiations are not engaged in good faith. When the compact negotiations themselves begin, there are a specifically set of issues that are permitted for discussion in the compact negotiations, and they include the operation and conduct of the Class 3 games themselves. So this is, literally the nuts and bolts of how the gaming is to be conducted. You're also permitted to negotiate allocation of jurisdiction and jurisdictional issues that arise in the regulation of gaming. So this goes to, the need for potential law enforcement, public health or, public safety sort of services, at times employment issues, and there's also other sorts of regulatory issues that would be accounted for in terms of the actual gaming regulation. And so at the end of the day, the compacts will generally have provisions that require gaming operations to be conducted in conformance with the compact in these different areas. And these compacts can, they can be handled in a number of different ways. Oftentimes, tribes will be, as a part of this, asked to conduct gaming in a manner that's consistent with certain types of state laws. Like, for example, it's very common for state environmental laws and regulations to be observed in the construction of gaming facilities. It's very common for compacts to require that tribal laws and gaming facilities be regulated in a manner consistent with state employment laws, particularly with respect to like workers' compensation issues or pension issues. And then with respect to how the actual gaming is conducted and the allocation of jurisdiction between the two, usually there's a sort of a cooperative regulatory approach. IGRA, the law requires that tribes, before they can conduct gaming, they must pass a law that permits the tribe to conduct gaming, and that has to be approved by the federal government. And as a part of that law, it must create what's called a gaming commission, which would be similar to the state gambling control unit. It's really the same exact thing, except for a tribal nation as opposed to a sovereign state. And so the compact will generally provide for interactions between the state regulatory body and the tribal regulatory body. And this will cover everything from, ensuring that there's coordination on licensing issues, coordination on certain kinds of like gambling problems in terms of, gambling education, and ensuring that there's a system to avoid problematic gaming tendencies, and in there I mean like gaming addiction issues. There'll also be procedures in place, usually where the tribal governments and their agencies and the state government and its agencies, how they deal with costs associated with the state's regulation of the gaming. And so there tend to be terms that will range from the regulation of gaming to the impacts that gaming has on the surrounding communities. And so it's very common for gaming compacts to provide direct revenue to state and local governments to what we say defray the cost of gaming. And this can range from the cost that the state regulatory gaming commission incurs to do their duties, but also to impact everything from like local police resources that are being used to traffic and impacts on local infrastructure. Gaming revenues can be dedicated to support those sorts of impacts on gaming. In addition, tribal gaming compacts are allowed to cover what's referred to as revenue sharing. And revenue sharing, and this is distinct from the provision of tribal gaming revenue to defray the costs of gaming. IGRA provides for revenue sharing between tribes and states in a manner that essentially compensates the state for making considerations to the tribes that it's not otherwise required to do. Usually we see, and pretty much exclusively, revenue sharing payments are provided to states in exchange for what's called exclusivity. And by this, I mean geographic exclusivity. So if you look in states like Connecticut, for example, the laws there, the revenue sharing there is tied to the tribe's exclusivity to conduct gaming within a specifically defined area. Here, it's extraordinarily important to note that IGRA flatly prohibits taxation of gaming. So when revenue sharing payments and when regulatory cost sharing is being discussed, all of those provisions of tribal gaming revenue to other entities must be tied to gaming. They can't just be taxes or fees that aren't tied to some sort of consideration or literal part of the functioning of a gaming facility. So at a high level, that's generally what you'll see in a gaming compact. Oh, you'll also see things like dispute resolution, for example. So gaming compacts, they almost always include provisions for disputes to be resolved between the parties. Generally speaking, gaming compacts require the parties to waive their sovereign immunity entering into gaming compacts so that disputes can be heard, usually in like an arbitration sort of setting, and then enforced in court following an arbitration decision. So at a high level, those are the categories of issues that you would see in a gaming compact. After gaming compacts are negotiated between tribes and states, they must go to the federal government for approval. The Department of the Interior has an Office of Indian Gaming that reviews and can approve or reject gaming compacts. It is common for gaming compacts to be rejected when they cover issues that are not directly related to gaming, or where revenue sharing is not tied to certain benefits being provided to the tribe. So, for example, where revenue sharing is not to provide some sort of exclusivity, but it's really more of a tax on tribal gaming. So the federal government will very carefully review compacts to make sure that there's consistency with federal law, and then approval or action on gaming compacts must be published in the Federal Register. So upon publication in a Federal Register, gaming compact will take effect. So I'll stop there. I see that there is a question.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hinton. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hinton. Clearly, this is an incredibly complex issue for sure. A couple quick questions for you. You mentioned that the compact needs to be agreed by all parties first. Is there a time frame that you're aware of that has to be agreed to in a certain period, or is it open until indefinitely until an agreement is reached?
That's a really good question. I believe that IGRA provides that 180 days is generally considered the period in which negotiations are expected to take place. But based on experience, I'll tell you that they usually take longer than that. And that 180 days is really considered just a timeline to determine whether there's been good faith negotiation. So essentially, if the negotiations for the first 6 months go extraordinarily poorly, or they're being conducted in bad faith, at the end of 6 months, the tribe can proceed with trying to get gaming through another route, potentially outside of the compact. But generally, when there's good back and forth, good faith negotiations, those negotiations will take longer than a year, and so there's no absolute deadline on how long they can take.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you have any examples of multi-tribe compacts? It seems like some of the examples you've given have been with one specific tribe, so it's been kind of a two-party negotiation. Feels like here it's very, very complicated with the negotiating with all three tribes with various, treaties that fall into different ones, different ways. Are there any examples of multi-tribe compacts that have worked with situations similar to where we're at?
Absolutely, and I'd say that there are situations where the gaming markets are far, like exponentially more complicated than Maine's. Top of mind for me is the state of California and the state of Arizona. Those two states, in California, there's over 100 tribes. And the state of California has taken the approach where they negotiate what I guess you could call a model compact. So usually the tribes will come together and they'll have, they'll form some sort of, collaborative group amongst themselves that will then negotiate with the governor's office. And then the end result would be a model compact that then each individual tribe signs. And that's worked with dozens and dozens of gaming compacts in California. And I know that a similar approach has been taken in Arizona. And both of those states are interesting because in California, you tend to have much smaller tracts of tribal lands in many, many different parts of the state. Whereas in Arizona, 1/4 of the entire state is tribal lands. And so the model compact negotiation process has been successful in both of those areas. And I'd say that, Maine is sort of in between in terms of having far-flung, spread out tribal lands and concentrated tribal lands. So I'd say both of those state examples show that a sort of unified compact negotiation process can definitely be successful in a state like Maine.
Does the fact that we have the Settlement Act, though, seems to complicate that on our perspective, right? Because I would assume that the tribes in California and Arizona are under the same status, for lack of a better word. Does that make sense?
Well, it's a good question. I couldn't say that that's necessarily the case with all the tribes, but the tribes are definitely under different, statuses, if you will, than the main tribes. But it's interesting to note that California is what's referred to as a public law 280 state. And not to get too much in the weeds, but essentially public law 280 is similar to the main implementing act in that it provides state criminal jurisdiction over tribal lands. And so when tribal gaming was in its infancy in the 1980s, California tribes were involved in state game or in gaming on their lands. The state actually said that gaming violates state law and your gaming must be conducted with state law. And that case is the one that Janet referred to, the 1987 Supreme Court case. It said, listen, state, you have criminal jurisdiction, but gaming, if you've already legalized it, is not a criminal issue. It's a civil regulatory matter. And the Supreme Court said that not only is it a civil gaming regulatory matter, but the right to conduct gaming is an inherent attribute of tribal sovereignty. And so essentially the court said that, regardless of what the sort of jurisdictional framework is, tribal gaming is an inherent right. The implementing act, the settlement act came 7 years before IGRA. And so there was no contemplation of gaming at a federal level at that time, although gaming was already being conducted all over. So there's some differences, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is that, gaming has worked in a number of really interesting states, and including Connecticut, where they have their own Indian Land Claim Settlement Act. New York has a Claim Settlement Act. And so there are a number of states on the East Coast where you do have settlement acts and you also have tribal gaming.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Thanks. So Mr. Hinton, if we were to say that the terms of IGRA applied in Maine, and it would authorize us to negotiate these compacts, the tribes and states. The land where the casino is going to be built is one of those elements that can be negotiated. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. And compacts will differ on these issues. No compact is the same everywhere. But I just completed work on a compact in the state of Indiana for the Bokegan Band of Potawatomi, where the tribe is permitted to have one Class 3 casino in the state of Indiana, and the specific location of that casino is explicitly set forth in the compact. And there are other compacts where it's recognized that tribes can open up casinos on their tribal lands generally, but there'll be limitations in terms of the numbers of casinos, for example. So there's a couple of different ways to approach those issues.
Right. So it wouldn't be a situation where we lose control and casinos could pop up anywhere, I think is the point that I was trying to get at. We can actually very specifically write that into the compact.
In a gaming compact, yes.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that this probably relates a little bit. And thank you for being here today, Mr. Hinton. So we had talked about, you had said that it's like 20 days to complete the compact. And then if the compact's not completed, based on what you were saying earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it would then go to arbitration prior to some kind of a court thing. So like if it does go to arbitration and go through a court process, then is it really our decision where the casino goes, or is it ultimately, arbitration in a court?
It's a really good question, Representative. And it's clear that you're absorbing a lot of this information around IGRA, because this is really getting into the weeds a bit. And so when the gaming compact negotiation process is initiated between a tribe and a state, there are several months to complete that process in good faith. The parties can, of course, agree to extend it, but let's just say for hypothetical purposes that the negotiations are not proceeding in good faith. At that point, the parties have the option to resort to an arbitrator who would essentially receive gaming compact proposals from both parties, this tribe and the state, and there would be back and forth. And so IGRA actually spells out that the arbitrator's duty is to sort of work with both parties to find elements of both proposals that work, and to try to really find a middle ground. When all else fails there, the arbitrator is permitted to essentially accept the proposal from the parties that seems most fair. And if that process is not completed, or if one party declines to participate in that process, there is the option of going to federal district court. However, as Janet pointed out, because of the seminal decision, a tribe cannot compel a state to appear in federal court unless the state has waived its sovereign immunity and agreed to appear in court. And so unless a state is willing to sort of participate in the process, there are limited ways that a tribe can force a state to participate in a compact negotiation process. If a state essentially flat out refuses to participate, as Janet mentioned, there is the Class 3 procedure process. The Class 3 procedure process permits the Department of the Interior to issue a gaming compact, or a gaming procedure. It's not a compact, and those procedures essentially would encompass what you have in a gaming compact, and that is how the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation currently games. They game under Class 3 gaming procedures because they were unable to reach a compact back in the day. They've since reached agreements with the state, and there aren't many other examples of where Class 3 gaming procedures have been upheld. Because of the state sovereign immunity, there's some questions as to whether or not that is a viable route to sustain Class 3 gaming. And so in essence, if the compact negotiation process breaks down, there may be no clear path for a tribe to conduct Class 3 gaming, because the whole point of IGRA is to have an agreement between tribes and states on these issues. And at that point, tribes would still have the ability to conduct Class 1 or Class 2 gaming on their Indian lands.
Okay, I'm just curious, like historically, you had mentioned that one, instance where, it actually went to, IGRA, and the massive Pequot, is that Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun?
Foxwoods.
That kind of went through that kind of final process. I'm just curious historically, like how often, all of it's resolved within a state compact, how much of it actually goes to some form of, arbitration, how often this stuff actually goes, do you know what I mean? Federal, I'm just,
Sure.
Curious what the path has been for, other states where this happened, and, how often, some kind of agreement, has been met, and how often it really hasn't been met. But thank you.
So I'm happy to elaborate on that a little bit more. The substantial number of gaming compact negotiations are successfully completed. And I mean, I've seen very, very acrimonious gaming compact negotiations completed. I've seen gaming compact negotiations be completed between states where there's excellent tribal state relations. There are a number of examples of where the tribes and states have gone toe to toe and negotiated very hard. There's been threatened litigation, but more often than not, and I mean like the definite majority of cases, compacts are reached because the benefits to tribal state gaming compact revenue sharing are substantial for both parties. So it's very rare that tribes and states fail to reach compacts.
Great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That kind of ties into my question a little bit, Mr. Hinton. So you mentioned that obviously the goal of EGRA is to come up with a compromise. So is the arbitration binding, or is it just to try and force another settlement or another route to settlement?
It's a good question. I mean, if a state has waived, and if a tribe, I mean, so the party that initiates an arbitration, for those that aren't lawyers in the room, you're essentially submitting to jurisdiction of an arbitrator's decision at that point. The party that has not consented to the arbitration, if a party does not consent to the arbitration, then I would assume that's on sort of state sovereign immunity grounds. And if an arbitrator then, issues a totally one-sided decision because they didn't have any participation from the other party, you're unlikely to have an enforceable decision in a federal court at that point. I would say that, you'd still have the same exact sovereign immunity concerns. But, that arbitrator role is to try to suss out what an appropriate deal would be. But if one party won't engage, then, it won't work.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. And as part of that initial entering into an agreement, you said the tribes waive their sovereign immunity with relation to gaming. Is that right?
Yeah, so IGRV requires and provides for the parties entering into compact negotiations to waive their immunity. And so, at times there's litigation around whether an issue arises in a compact or not. When an issue arises under an executed compact, the parties have generally consented to, suits or efforts to enforce the compact. And so you tend to have waivers there. Although I guess in theory, you wouldn't need to waive your sovereign immunity, but that would essentially make, the compact potentially unenforceable at a later point. So you tend to see those waivers in place, but they're not automatically provided as a function of IGRA. And so tribal sovereign immunity is not waived, automatically with respect to all tribal gaming activities. Although in the state of Maine, it's worth noting that the tribes do not currently enjoy sovereign immunity to the extent that you would see elsewhere in the United States as a result of the implementing act. And so the state would have significant remedies available against the tribes, and the tribes would not have similar remedies against the state unless the state agreed to waive immunity and to participate in a collaborative process.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from members of the committee for Mr. Hinton while we have him here today? All right, seeing none, thank you for coming in and being available.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, any other questions about the analysis? Janet's given us a ton of information, and each of those hyperlinks within the analysis links to even more information. So it's really amazing. So I think we can take some time to review that some more if the committee wants. The committee's good with that. And if people are willing, I think we can table at this point. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had, I think it's just a quick question. I know in other sessions I've been in, and when we talk about the Wabanakis in Maine, there's 4 tribes, and the one tribe that I don't see in here is the Aroostook Band of Micmacs. And so I just wondered, there's a separate, I see Janet raising her hand. Thank you.
Well, I can't speak for the Aroostook Band of Micmacs, and I wouldn't even pretend to try to. But I will say, if you look at the task force report, it talks a little bit about the history of the federal law and the state law that apply to the Aroostook Band of Micmacs, and that there is a dispute whether those laws are operative in Maine, because it wasn't clear whether the Micmacs agreed to that negotiation or to the terms of those statutes. And because it's not clear of their status during the task force, they participated and watched, but didn't want to be covered by it. So I think, at least as far as the task force was concerned, they were very interested, wanted to know what was happening, but didn't really want to be covered by those negotiations because their status is separate and unclear at the moment, or maybe not unclear, but subject to dispute. I don't think the parties agree on their status, the parties being Maine and the tribe. So I don't know why they didn't join this bill, but I suspect it might be related to that. And that is a little bit discussed in that task force report, which is so short. It's such a short report.
Yeah.
If I could just, well, yeah.
There it is.
One other quick question. You, Janet, you referenced LD 2094 from the last session. Is that the bill that I've heard referred to as the omnibus bill that encompassed everything?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Is there okay, let's see, Senator Farren.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Janet, as usual, you dumped a whole bunch of homework on us on Easter weekend. Thank you. You did a great job. With that being said, I'd make a motion if we table.
Okay, we've got a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion to table by Senator Farren, seconded by Representative Chiazzo. I think at this point we can vote by a show of hands if people are good with that. So all those in favor of tabling, please raise your hand and hold them up just for a minute so Karen and Janet can register them. And I can read it out if you'd like, Karen. We have Senator Farren, Lucchini, Representative Corey, Supika, Kinney, McCrate, Chiazzo, Riley, Wood, and I think that's it.
And you.
And me. I always forget that. I don't think I've introduced myself once this year. So it's unanimous of those present that we'll table, and we'll keep working on this and set up another date for hearing. And next up, I think we'll go to our agenda and just give people a minute to change it up. I think we'll go to LD 53, which is an act to limit political advertising. And this is a concept draft that came early in the session. And I can, Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding we still have no language on this, so I would make a motion ought not to pass.
Okay, we have a motion of ought not to pass on LD 53. Is there a second?
Second.
So seconded by Representative Corey. Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion of ought not to pass? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote, and we can do this by roll call. Karen, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I think my earbud fell out.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 9 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 4 members absent, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Karen. So that concludes, that was 185, I think, correct?
No, it was
No,
LD
sorry, that was 53. My apologies. Got to catch up on my list here. Next, we can move on to LD 185. And that one is, bear with me for a second here, trying to get myself caught up. That is the act to abolish mandatory political caucuses. That was by Representative Cardone.
Would you like the bill analysis?
Sure, we could do that. You've prepared it. You've prepared it, so we might as well go ahead and.
It's not about me.
Yeah, we can listen to the bill analysis. I'm happy to entertain a motion if anybody else wants to. I know we've talked about really not moving this bill forward. So,
I'd motion not to pass.
okay, so motion is ought not to pass by Representative Topeka. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Riley. And Karen, we can do a roll call when you're ready, please.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle. Representative Tuttle, absent. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Topeka.
Yes.
Representative Topeka, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dollop. Representative Dollop, absent. 9 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 4 members absent, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Karen. So the motion ought not to pass is successful. We'll conclude the work session on LD 185. Senator Lucchini, you want to jump in for 591?
Sure. So we can open the work session on LD 591. It's an act regarding agency liquor store licensing.
I know it may be annoying to watch me do this, but I do it on purpose. So you see that all this information is available online. Kind of hopefully reminds people how to get there.
It's actually really helpful for me because I always forget how to get there.
Okay. Thank you for making me feel better. Appreciate it. So as shown in this chart, which I'll go through in a second, this bill adds one more potential agency liquor store license to the maximum number of licenses permitted by law in municipalities with a population of more than 20,000. So for a town between 20,001 and 30,000 individuals, instead of 8 maximum, there would be 9 maximum agency liquor store licenses. And it's my understanding that the 2010 census data is used. So currently that would affect Brunswick, Sanford, Biddeford, Auburn, and South Portland. Then if the population is between 30,000 and 45,000, instead of 9 agency liquor store licenses, there would be 10, and that would affect Bangor and Lewiston. If population is between 45,000 and 60,000, instead of 10, you could have 11 agency liquor store licenses, but there aren't any towns in that category under the 2010 census. And then above 60,000, instead of 11 maximum agency liquor stores, there would be 12, and that would affect Portland. Recent legislation, just as some background information for you, the 129th legislature increased the maximum number of agency liquor store licenses in 2 ways. First, it created this top category of the chart here, that new category of municipalities with a population over 60,000, for which up to 11 agency liquor store licenses may be issued. Previously, they were only allowed to have 10 agency liquor stores because there was only a category of 45,000 and above. So those were all subject to that number 10. In addition, in the 2019 legislation, it authorized the issuances of up to 7 agency liquor store licenses if there's between 15,000 and 20,000 people, and 6 in a municipality with between 10 and 15,000 people. So otherwise, these 2 lines of the chart were created in that legislation because prior to that law, any town within these 2 categories was only allowed to have 5 agency liquor stores. So those were the changes in the 129th legislature. This new line was created on the top, and these 2 categories were created with 6 and 7 licenses maximum, where in the past they only had 5. So I went through the whole process because some questions were asked about how the Bureau issues agency liquor store licenses. I'll go through that if you want me to, but I did set forth the statutory process just so you know how it works, and including all of the public hearing requirements, the notice that has to be given, and the factors and criteria that the Bureau has to go through in deciding who gets the license. Like I said, I'm happy to go through it in detail, but I don't know what you want to talk about. What I will say, however, is during the public hearing, there was discussion about what census figures are used, and the Bureau uses the census data, the decennial census data, rather than interim population estimates to establish the population of the municipality for purposes of determining the maximum number of agency liquor store licenses. And at the time that I sent the request, and the Bureau actually sent the request to the state economist, the anticipated date of receiving the census data was in September of this year. I don't know if that's changed. That's something that keeps changing if you watch the media. But until that time, the 2010 census data will be used. And then I also provided a link here to a letter on the Bureau's website, which is sent out to people to say, how do you apply for agency liquor store license? It's also a picture of it is here, how to become an agency liquor store in Maine. And in that letter, the Bureau talks about the fact that although there is a maximum number of licenses, the Bureau decides if there is an opening, whether there's a need for that additional license to be filled in the municipality. And they consider several factors in deciding that issue, including the opportunity to increase the sales for the state spirits business, whether the population is currently underserved regarding access to spirits, and whether a business has shown any interest in having that license. And they make those decisions twice annually, either January, February, or July, August. RSVP Discount Beverages submitted testimony proposing amending the bill to remove the increase in the number of licenses for municipalities exceeding $60,000. I'm not dollars, people. And there were no technical issues with the bill, and we don't have a fiscal impact that's been yet determined.
Great. Thank you, Janet. Okay. Representative Wood.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for Janet that just struck me as you were explaining at the very beginning, the chart with the number of licenses. And then down below where you talked about the 129th legislature. So prior to the 129th, the top tier was a population of 45,000 and above. And how many total licenses prior to 129 were there in the top 45,000? I mean, 10. So when that top tier of 60,000 was created, it went from 10 basically to 21.
To 11.
Well, I guess I'm confused because it was 45,000 population or above. That was the top tier.
Oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So you look at the population of each municipality on its own. So any municipality that had above 45,000 individuals was able to have 10 licenses.
I got it.
Now you look, yeah. Okay.
Okay, other questions or discussion on this? Representative Chiazzo.
Yeah, I mean, as the bill sponsor, I just want to be clear. I want to make sure that we can come to an agreement on this, if possible. I know there were some questions about we're going to be potentially negotiating a liquor contract coming up in the next year or two anyway, and we might be able to address some of these issues and concerns there as well. So I'm perfectly content with the will of the committee if we want to put this aside for a little while and let it sit and get some more input from our constituents. I know that I have heard from people in other municipalities outside of Scarborough, specifically in Lewiston and Brunswick, that there's that there's a need and a request there. And I won't speak for Representative McCray, obviously, but so rather than spend a lot of time trying to manipulate it and shoehorn things in, I'm happy to dispose of this as the committee desires.
Senator Farren.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the bill sponsor bringing this on. As you know, we see these just about every session trying to open things up a little bit more. And I think there's two components, right? There's the census data that needs to be updated and brought into play. And then there's also the piece of the liquor contract that we'll probably be looking at next session. So I'd throw an option out there possibly for us to discuss down the road. Maybe this is a bill that we'd look at carrying over so that we don't lose track of it, but we get that additional information come the next time around. So just something to stew on as we're having this discussion.
Right. Thanks, Senator Farren. And I agree. I don't know if we've discussed it this year. There is a provision in the liquor contract that says if we increase the number of liquor stores by 5% or more, it would potentially open it up for renegotiation, which we're obviously very dependent on the funds for budgeting purposes. So anything that we want in the liquor contract before the next 10-year, or anything we want in statute before the next contract gets negotiated would be something this committee would want to think about perhaps next session. So I've got Representative Corey, Representative Wood, and Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. I know that, in the region that, Representative Chiazzo and Representative Riley and Representative Wood and I live in, we're growing very, very quickly, right now, and population seems to be getting bigger and bigger. So this makes sense. I don't know what it looks like with Portland growing and everything, or whether or not they're actually growing. It appears that they've probably run out of space. I'd be totally willing to carry this over into the next section. My only, curiosity is whether or not we need to, considering that, it sounds like this is something that would be renegotiated as part of, the liquor, contract. I don't know if we need this vehicle or not, given the conversation we just had. I guess that would probably be a better conversation for to have with Bablo, just not having been through this process before. Anyways, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think just to explain my comments on that, I think it's good to have whatever we want in the statute before the RFP goes out, so people know the parameters that they're kind of playing under. Representative Wood.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I put my hand up to say that I supported a tabling motion because I did want to talk with some more people, some more constituents about it. I'm also supportive of carrying it over if it makes sense to really take a broader look at the whole thing. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's an option we can certainly table, and if we wanted to, and then carry over or pick it up later. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did a quick Google search because I've been hearing September of 2021 to hear the census results. And it comes up, it says by November of 2021. So it's very definitely changing, and not in a positive way. Makes it very hard because we're supposed to do some things within our state by June of 2021. And those things are constitutionally dictated, but the census is it's way behind schedule this year. And so I don't mind tabling, but I think I would prefer to see this get carried over because we really won't have the information in time to do anything this session.
Any other questions? Representative Tuttle.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have returned. I have completed the mission with which I was charged. What is the motion? I know that Representative Wood wanted to table it. Is that the pending motion?
We don't have a motion at this moment, but
I would ask her what she would prefer.
Well, I guess is it a different motion to carry over than to table? I don't know the.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and if we wanted to, we could table it for now and then bring it back up for discussion later on carrying over. If we were to make a motion to carry over, it would require approval from the presiding officers as well. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
That's
Mr.
another.
Chairman,
Yep, sorry, Representative Tuttle.
Yeah, if it's in order, I would move that we would table this.
Okay, motion to table.
Second.
By Representative Tuttle and seconded by Representative Wood. Okay. And I think we can vote by a show of hands if people are good with that. All those in favor of tabling, and I'll call them out for Karen and Janet. So we've got Senator Farren, Senator Lucchini, Chairman Chiazzo, Representative Tuttle, Representative Wood, Representative McCrate, Representative Riley. I always get your two names mixed up. Representative Corey, Representative Supika, and Representative Kinney. So unanimous of those present. Thanks. Okay, so we'll just give a minute to register those votes. And I think the next bill we'll take up is LD 671, an act to allow the sale of raffle tickets online. This is an item previously tabled, as well as LD 685, an act to legalize online raffles for nonprofit organizations. And Janet has walked us through the analysis before. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we remove LD 671 from the table.
Great.
Second.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor, if you want to raise your hands, we can do it that way. I've just taken this vote. Yeah. Just raise your hand if you're in favor. Okay. Anyone opposed? Looks unanimous of those present. So great. Okay, so LD 671, we had gone through an amendment last time and the analysis. Does anyone have a discussion on that? Or, I don't know, Janet, in case there are specific questions, if you have it handy to pull up, if there are questions, or.
Sure.
And Director Champion is also here. That was essentially a, whereas the more we looked into this, we found that no states are actually doing raffles online legally. And so Director Champion kind of offered a path forward for the committee that would essentially create the structure where if people wanted to do an online raffle, they would be able to use these verified companies that are licensed by the state to essentially collect money from people and give it to the charity, rather than allowing the charity to simply take credit card payments. Many of our, or all of our, I think, gambling laws don't allow credit cards to be used for gambling purposes generally, and this, I think, is considered along those lines. Chairman Chiazzo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I think I had the question the last time in the work session where my question was, is if this doesn't exist anywhere else in the state, what companies are out there doing this? If they are, then I think Director Champion's comment was that there are a number out there that are doing this. I guess I'm just wondering, is this from another environment or from another industry or background? What type of companies are we looking at? Software companies? Are we looking at off-track? What's the word I'm looking for? I always get caught up in the vernacular, but the online gaming or something like that, or who would we be approaching for these as these vendors to run these raffles?
So Director Champion, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that, but My understanding is there are software companies who have the capability potentially. And Director, there you are. Yeah, great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have specific names of companies, but I do know there's a lot out there, you know, pretty much like fantasy or any type of online slot activity type companies. You may see on your TVs at night at different times, you know, somebody promoting what looks like a slot machine type of activity. And then once you go in, it's supposed to be for entertainment, but then ultimately they ask you to buy Bitcoins or ask you to buy awards and all that sort of thing. So yeah, there's a lot of companies out there. The fortunate thing is, you know, a lot of this activity is going on with the social media sites as well, like Facebook and all those. So, you know, until we get a grip on it, or there's some regulatory organizations out there that are out there, you know, looking for these type of people doing these type of things, then we'll be able to control it a lot more. The other factor that you're looking here is to be able to license people to only do it in Maine. So you're not having the United Way of Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, doing a raffle in Maine that doesn't benefit an organization in Maine. If that helps, you.
Yeah. No, it does. Thank you, Director. I just wanted to make sure we weren't creating an industry that didn't exist. That's all.
Yeah, no, trust me, it's out there. It's very much out there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think as one of the parameters, Director, we have that the firms that are able to accept the money also have the ability to do geo location services. That way we don't inadvertently have our charity raffles breaking federal law by crossing state lines. And that's the thing that the internet makes very easy, and they could be breaking law without even realizing it.
Yeah, that's why we kind of mirrored things a little bit off the current fantasy rules. And we even discussed it last year with the sports betting. You know, any type of thing like that you're doing online, you have the access to verify a person's age and then also verify their location, their geolocation. In fact, they're doing that in New Hampshire right now with sports wagering. You can literally get in your car, drive into New Hampshire, pull off at the truck stop, and in your car, establish your account and start betting. But once you come back into Maine, you're not able to make that transaction, as an example.
Were you following me last weekend, Director?
Yes, sir, I was. Yeah.
All right. It is interesting how the geolocation works, because I did bet on Tom Brady a few weeks ago, or a couple months ago now. But yeah, as soon as you cross the border, it's there.
Yeah. All about the ping.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Are there any other questions for the Director, or any further discussion or clarification on the amendment? I think from my perspective, I think it's worth a shot, I guess, to try to find a way to give charities this opportunity. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion to pass as amended.
Great.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion of ought to pass as amended by Representative Kinney and seconded by Representative Tuttle. Is there any further discussion at this point? Is that a third right there, Representative Tuttle?
Yeah, he's voting for me, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, is this on 671 or 685? I got kind of lost in the.
We have 671 we pulled off the table.
671 you pulled off, so this is going to be attached to 685?
Or 671 was the one that we brought up off the table, sorry, that we're looking at.
Okay, all right. So you're going to.
That's my assumption. Is that right?
Amend 671 and you're dropping 684 or 680.
Yeah, in this motion, we're striking and replacing 671 pretty much.
Right, okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a roll call vote, and the motion again is ought to pass as amended.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 10 voting in favor of the motion, 0 voting against, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Karen. So that's unanimous of those present. Okay, Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we take LD 685 off the table.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to move 685 off the table. We can just take a vote by hands for that. So all those in favor of taking that up off the table, please signify. Okay, all those opposed. So it's unanimous of those present. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that 685 is off the table, I will move ought not to pass. And I would like to speak to my motion, please.
Second.
Motion of ought not to pass by Representative Chiazzo and seconded by Representative Tuttle.
Yeah, so obviously we had some competing bill issues here, and we did have a discussion on which vehicle to use to carry through. So I do appreciate the chairs and my counterpart falling back to the procedural motion of the first bill in is the one that we use as a vehicle. So I don't want anybody to think that this bill is being taken out because of the sponsor. It's simply the administration of multiple bills coming through. So I just wanted to be clear on the record of stating that. And hopefully, as we move forward with many situations like this, we'll be able to maintain that precedent as well. So.
Yeah, and I think in just normal sessions, these would have been rolled in together, and that's why I typically use the lower number. But okay, so we have a motion. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote, and we'll take it by roll call. And again, the motion is ought not to pass.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 10 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. So 10-0 unanimous of those present. Okay, we'll move to the next bill on our list, which is LD 542. And just take a second to record the votes. And LD 542 was previously tabled, and it's an act to provide support services for military members transitioning to civilian life in Maine. So we'll open the work session on that. And if there are any questions, we'll bring in Director Richmond if people have questions for him. And we've also got Sam for this bill. So welcome, Sam. Thanks for sticking around all day.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. So this was previously tabled, correct? We had tabled this from a prior, we'd already gone through your work, your analysis. Is that right, Sam? Right, okay.
That's correct, yes.
Thanks. Okay, so we can begin with discussion on this if people are ready. So again, I guess I can kick it off. This was the bill that would appropriate money for the purposes of recruiting basically active duty service members who are transitioning to civilian life. Senator Farron.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clearing up in my mind just a little bit, making sure, and I think we answered this during the initial work session, but I just want to hear it one more time, is that this bill will establish this grant program and be open to both nonprofits and private companies to apply for the grant. Is that the correct understanding?
Sam, yeah, did you have the?
Thanks. Yeah. So the sponsor's proposed amendment to this bill, that is would be the version that opens it up to both private and like nonprofit entities. So that would be I sent it to you with the original bill analysis. That was the version that is the same as the one that came out of this committee during the 129th second regular. Oh, second, yes, second.
With that being said, I'm willing to make a motion of ought to pass as amended.
Second. Third.
Okay, so motion by Senator Farron and seconded by Representative Tuttle. And the motion is ought to pass as amended, which clarifies that provision about the competitive bid portion, right?
Would you like me to screen share that piece, or are you comfortable?
Yeah, if you don't mind, just so we can take a quick look. If
yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Sam, I have transportation as well. I know how to track you down.
Just a moment while I pull it up. All right, so you should all be seeing it now. So this is what the sponsor's proposed amendment to the bill looks like, and so it has if you want me to just read through the summary for you, it has kind of like two pieces. So it strikes and replaces the bill with a resolve, and the resolve would direct the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development, in consultation with the Director of Maine Bureau of Veterans Services within the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management, to establish a 2-year pilot project to conduct outreach and to provide support services for active duty military members who are transitioning to civilian life in the state and their families, and provides funding in fiscal year 2020-2021 for the first year of the 2-year pilot project. So, as I mentioned during the original work session on this bill, I think that the dates in the bill would have to be updated now that it's we've moved into the next calendar year, just to provide time for the full 2-year pilot project. But that was the only like technical note I really had for you. Are there other questions based on what the committee's seeing right now? No.
Any questions from the committee at this point? And I guess, Sam, the funding, is that funding the 250 also?
The funding in this amended version is $200,000 rather than 250.
Okay. Thanks. And Senator Farren, if are you good with that as the amendment? No, his phone.
Hold on.
Yes, I am.
Oh.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. My battery is is dying. I'm switching off to stay alive until the last one, but yes, I am.
That's what Zoom does to these things, I'll tell you.
Been there, done that.
I had to get a new laptop battery because it just fried it.
Even plugged in is dying. So yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So any other questions? And we're good with the motion, Sam? Okay. All right. So the motion before us is ought to pass as amended. We'll proceed to a roll call vote.
Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. 9 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Karen. And Representative Corey, we just took a vote. I don't know if you were in here for any of that, but if you'd like to cast it, you can. We just did on LD 542 and ought to pass, but you can register it later if you'd like to and take a look.
Yeah, I'll register. Was it unanimous or?
It was, yeah, unanimous ought to pass as amended on 542.
Okay, cool. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Mark me down as yes.
Record your vote, yes. So
Save you a
Representative
trip.
Corey, yes.
I can never tell if you can hear it in the background when, if we walk away. So it's always hard to know if.
Well, that was Representative Corey, that was a bill to abolish the town of Wyndham. Just joking.
Come on, that's not nice, Representative Tuttle.
All
Put
right.
Sanford in there, right, Pat? Yeah. Right.
Exactly. I'll squish Sanford.
Okay, the last, I think, bill for the work session today is LD 588. And LD 588 is a resolve to study veterans benefits in Maine. And this is also you, Sam, right? Is that correct?
That's correct. And I went through the bill analysis the previous work session, but if you'd like me to pull it up one more time or go through the summary again, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I think we may be okay. Representative Tuttle.
Chairman, I move that ought not to pass.
Okay, we have a motion of ought not to pass on LD 588. Is there a second? I'll second that if nobody, yeah. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. So motion by Representative Tuttle, seconded by Representative or Senator Farren. Sorry. Okay, discussion. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think this is one of those challenging ones because I know the bill sponsor well, and I know the intent here is to try and identify areas of things that we need to address from the veterans side of things. But I understand that a study was done. I believe in the 127th, but Director Richmond, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it was done on the 127th. So my question to you, sir, would be: are there things that have been identified through that study that have not been addressed, or that will need further addressing, so that we could, in essence, kind of close out that study first before moving on to evaluating what other needs may be? Does that make sense? That was for you, Director Richmond, sorry.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. No, yeah, that was a roundabout question if I ever saw one. Right, so.
Thank you, Representative Chiazzo. That study was very comprehensive. It was the Commission to Streamline Veteran Services in Maine, and it touched on all kinds of areas, ranging from mental health assistance for veterans, which became LD 1231, which became the pilot project that you all heard about last week, and it resulted in the Homeless Veteran Coordination Program. So we got a homeless veteran coordinator and assistant. We got ultimately the VFAP program. It also resulted in a communication mission for the Bureau. So we got a director of communication, and it's actually in statute that we're to reach out to Maine veterans and notify them of their benefits and resources available to them. It was comprehensive. It's an area that we're always looking at, and I submit that we do report back to the VLA committee each year and let you know how we're doing with our statutory mission. And all of the items in that that legislation, I believe they're all in our statute now. So to answer your question, I think we're doing a pretty good job in those areas, and it's an area that we always revisit in our annual briefing to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Richmond.
Thanks, Director. Senator Farron. His battery may be fading.
It is, but I'm hanging in there. I like to just kind of reiterate what the chairs have said, and want to thank the department for everything that they do. I would ask, even though you report back, Director Richmond, do you think we could kind of summarize what you just told us? If the chairs were so inclined to send a letter from the committee to you and kind of maybe make a recommendation of what we could look at going forward and what we've done with that commission study, just so that we've got a document that we can build off from maybe next session or whatever, and just to keep the conversation going. Because I do believe that the bill sponsor was spot on trying to keep the dialogue and things moving. And I think by doing that and having that letter back, or a focused report back, if the chairs are so inclined to support that, that would be helpful.
Yeah,
thank you, Senator Farron. I'd be happy to draft a letter that addresses each area that the resolve from the 127th required of our Bureau. And I agree with you. I also talked to the sponsor about her reasons for bringing this legislation, and I think that they're spot on. They're all areas that we continue to look at, with the exception of elder services for veterans in regards to healthcare that they can receive and where they get it, i.e. Maine veterans homes or other civilian nursing homes available to veterans. And that's an area that was not addressed in the commission. And then it's also an area that I know our state needs to look at in the future. Our issue on it was it's outside of our wheelhouse. We don't have any experts in the Bureau or department who can advise on that. But otherwise, I recognize her intent, and it was based in all the same things that we're always looking to.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I would request we see if the sponsor could join us and just comment on, I appreciate the director pointing out that area. I wanted to ask if there are other areas that maybe weren't included or need further follow-up, just so we can make sure we have that information.
So just to be clear, you'd like that from the bill sponsor?
Yes.
Okay.
Representative Gramlich.
Yep, she's here, looks like. So we'll bring her into the meeting as well. Okay, so I don't know if Representative Gramlich can hear us or not.
Hi, I can. I just,
Okay, great.
because of the screen, I'm trying to just get my my camera on. Sorry about that.
No problem. It's a weird transition in from
It
the
is. You go into this
list.
cyberspace limbo land for a few minutes. So
Yeah.
thank you, Representative McCrate, for the opportunity, and also Senator Lucchini and Representative Casio, members of the. I've been listening in, and I am pleased to concur. I had some really wonderful, fruitful conversations with Mr. Richmond in terms of what had occurred through the Bureau and what had occurred in terms of the first study report that came back to this committee during the 127th. And I think there was some really great work that occurred, and I don't want to minimize any of that, but I still remain concerned. And again, it's my wheelhouse as a social worker, how we are providing care for our veterans in terms of behavioral health, and particularly specifically increased rates of suicide, and how we're addressing that. And if these areas aren't in the wheelhouse of the Bureau, whose wheelhouse might they be in? And how do we assure that we are responding to the men and women who so proudly served our country and who are continuing to suffer from things like post-traumatic stress and other types of behavioral health disabilities? So I'm curious about that. I appreciate the idea, Senator Farron, of having a letter that goes to the department from the committee, but I certainly would love to have something that's got a little bit more teeth in it in terms of assuring that some of these other areas are identified and addressed.
Chairman Chiazzo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Gramlich, I just want to make sure, are you talking about from a treatment standpoint? Because my understanding is DVM doesn't necessarily, correct me if I'm wrong here, Director Richmond, please. Their focus is more on providing connections to service groups and things like that, not necessarily the treatment arm. So I'm wondering if that would be something that would be in conjunction with like a HHS or something like that.
Thank you for the question, Representative Casio. I think it certainly would have to be. I think far too often what happens within state government, particularly within the legislature, and I say this with respect with myself being a member, we end up operating by no fault of our own, sometimes in siloed situations where we don't have those kinds of crossover communications among departments. And I know firsthand that a lot of the behavioral health issues and everything within that wheelhouse fall under the Department of Health and Human Services. But nonetheless, these are veterans. So how are we doing that coordinated piece? I mean, that was the whole impetus of my presenting the bill, which was to have an examination of what the current lay of the land is so that we can really deliberately ascertain what is still needed for our veterans, particularly with an emphasis on, well, I had identified about 4 areas, but some of those may have very well been addressed in the initial study, but certainly behavioral health care, including efforts to address suicide, is something, in my opinion, that's still outstanding.
And I think you had a question for me also, Representative Chiazzo. And to clarify my wheelhouse comment, I was talking about the study of elder care for veterans trying to access service in the main veterans home or other civilian nursing homes, not the effects of preventing suicide, which is a big deal for us. And that's the only one that, if you recall our briefing to the VLA, that's the only one that isn't in statute currently, but it's still a mission that we report on. And then to some of Representative Gramlich's concerns, I think, were addressed in our briefing, our co-briefing with DHHS. So last week, Dr. Pollard of DHHS and I gave the VLA committee a update on the closeout of the pilot program that allowed case management services to be given to Maine veterans. And it's a GAP program that is designed to assist veterans that are not eligible or can't access care through the VA, vet centers, or elsewhere. And it's been a successful program, and I'd be happy to bring you up to speed on that, Representative Gramlich. There are a lot of resources out there for veterans, and as I stated in our testimony on your bill, the area of preventing veteran suicide is an area we're always looking at, because there's much more to do, and that's certainly within our wheelhouse. It's one of our central missions to try to reduce that and end it eventually. So,
and Director Richmond, I think I was going to kind of allude to that continuation of the study with those cases, or not study, but the making permanent that pilot project that does address a lot of the mental health issues that are experienced by veterans, which has been an amazing partnership with HHS and has been very successful and cost effective. I think it's a great program that we're going to have to fight for to get off the table, obviously. But Senator Farron.
Not to keep beating the same drum, but I think that's exactly it. And Representative Gramlich, so that was LD 693, I believe, that we had last week or so, and it was to make that pilot program a permanent program. And it is, to your point, I agree with you. Sometimes the interactions don't happen, but that, in my opinion, in the 7 years in the legislature, the coordination between the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services and HHS on the mental health piece and the caseworkers, I mean, it's that pilot program, making it permanent, I think it doesn't solve it. Not gonna tell you that it solves it, and I think it grows. We're adding another region, and we talked about getting the word out more, because I think that's one of the problems is people don't know that that's a resource, and I think that helps address some of your concerns, and it's something that this committee worked very hard on with HHS and the Bureau on. So I think don't want to gloss over that was one of your main concerns, because I think that has been not addressed, because I think it's a moving target all the time and we have to stay focused. But I just wanted to add that in there.
Right. And I think that was the outreach element was one of the primary reasons in that 2017 study. We actually created a position for the outreach coordinator, just to help expand the bureaus, which is a small agency, but to help expand their ability to reach veterans, identify them, and tell them what services they're available for or qualified or eligible for. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ditto. I was going to say that too, but y'all beat me to it. It was such an exciting program, and so exciting that DHHS continued it even when it sunsetted because of our adjournment. But a question is, what we supported expanding the VSO program, which hasn't, it's on the table, I'm sure, but I think that's another benefit that is in the works that would not do the clinical work. I heard you, Director Richmond, in your response to me back then, that you don't have a clinical mission, and I thank you for that. But I think it would increase that ability to connect and refer and make sure that people get the services that are out there. The whole other issue of making sure we have enough services out there is not specific to veterans, it's everybody, but being able to connect is really important. So I think that's an important thing that we all supported. And while I'm at it, I want to thank you again. I had a communication from a constituent who was looking at benefits. I talked to you, the VSO contacted her. She got a follow-up call just last week. She hadn't qualified, now she might, but they made that happen. She hadn't contacted them again. So long story, but I think the focus that Representative Gramlich is bringing is critical. The siloing is something that's a huge problem, but there's some really good movement. I would still like to, I still liked Senator Farron's idea of just a letter of support for ongoing communication around this, and you're offering to get back to us on the specifics. I would appreciate that.
Sure. And I guess just my one other concern about a study at this point is just that we're curtailing the department, and we're doing it at a time when really the resources are needed more than ever, which we've seen just with homeless veterans go up by 80% in the past year. And combine that with, we just put on an internal review, which the Guard was very willing to take on to study the impact of responding and preventing to sexual trauma in the Guard. So I think that right now, I think we just really have to focus on providing services, and that's why I'm a little hesitant to do another study. Any other questions for the sponsor or for Director Richmond this time? Seeing none, thank you both for being here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make sure that we do capture Senator Farron's recommendation of a letter, and we would we ask Janet to craft that for us, or would we? Or Sam, sorry.
Sam.
I'm missing you guys. I always get confused with you guys. You're divide and conquer on. Or is that something that we should, maybe have the committee work up and then provide to Sam?
I think, Sam, do you have enough guidance to write a letter on at this point from the committee discussion to Devum?
I think so, and to the extent I have questions, I can follow up with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, the committee could always review the letter before we finally send it out.
Yep, for sure. Thank you, Representative Tuttle. Okay, any other discussion at this point? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion again is, this is LD 588. The motion is ought not to pass. And we'll proceed to a roll call.
Senator Lucchini.
With a letter, sorry, with sending a letter. Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farron.
With 1% left, yes.
You got it.
Senator Farron, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
With full power, yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
With no power, yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey.
Yes.
Representative Corey, yes. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff, absent. 10 in favor of the motion, 0 against the motion, and 3 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Karen. So that's unanimous of those present. And one final thing, Janet did remind me, we just got a bill up from the revisers that we need to language review quickly. Is that right?
Yes, and it relates to something Representative McCray said, so.
Okay, I can't remember which bill this is.
It's the number of veteran service officers.
Oh, right, okay.
So it's not yet on the table. It still is in committee. And for some reason that was weird. Okay, this is a unanimous committee amendment. So the original bill was titled An Act to Provide Funding for 3 Veteran Service Officers in the Bureau. And now the title will be changed to 2. And then we just changed it to Veteran Service Officers without the S's because the statute doesn't have the S's there. And then basically the amendment is the new numbers. So for the first fiscal year, it'd be $120,000 for those two veteran service officers, and then it would be more in the following fiscal year, I think, because you cover more months. So $160,000. And then there is a fiscal note attached, which has those same numbers, indicating that that's the cost for those two veteran service officers. And yes, I did include the original bill text just to compare. The original bill had this language that was unallocated about some duties for the Bureau, and you asked for that to be stricken. So that's no longer going to be part of the bill. Instead, it's just going to be the funding amount that's represented in the fiscal note.
Great. Thank you, Janet. And I think this was Representative Justin Fecto's bill, right?
And I did email him that the language review was happening, just so you know.
Great, thank you. Yep.
Although it's been a long time, so.
Yeah, no. Any questions on this? I think this covers the move to two VSOs for the BVS. Representative Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is it for today. Is that correct?
Yep.
Well, I wanted to wish Representative Wood good luck on getting her second shot. I believe she's on her way to get that. And having gotten mine, I wish her the best. And I know that Representative Kinney and I actually met for the first time at the Civic Center, right, Marianne? And there's life after Zoom, Mr. Chair.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't wait for the day we get to do this in person again. So that'll be great. All right. So I think with that, Janet, that's it for our schedule today, all right? Great. Thanks everybody for sticking around. It's a long day. I think we're back in on Monday. So
happy Easter, everybody, and happy belated Passover. Enjoy the brief respite, and we'll see you all on Monday.
Great. All right. See ya. With that, we'll adjourn.